You got me moving much too slow. Why can't you see? You got me chasing honeybees. You make me fall, broke me up and took it all. Call me your master boy. Da, 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 just what I found. You knock my body to the ground. Just what I said. You're tearing up my weary head. Do I still shine after such a lonely time? You cut me dead. You nail me down and kick my head. 'Cause that your master boy. Da, 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 I never thought that this day would ever come. When your words and your
Sorry about that. I forgot autoplay is on. I only meant to play the one song. That's a pretty song by the Jesus and Mary Chain. That's who that was. Anyway, so yeah, as you can see, I've been doing some web development with the Hugo program application. It's a static site generator, and this is the website that I've been working on like for the past, like, I don't know, day and a half or so. And it's coming along. Got these three like main links here. This is the index, obviously, and I've got this page here. This is where I can put my posts and my articles and stuff. This should be a lot more easier to maintain and update than like my previous iteration of my site. So hey, chat's happening. What's going on, chat? I'm sorry, I don't think I can pronounce your name. But yeah, this is web development in Linux with the Hugo application. And then I got the extra page here, then there's nothing really there yet. That's just me as a zombie. So I think this first part looks pretty good. I don't know, is the font too small? Should I look into how to make the font bigger, or is it better to just let people zoom in on their own? This web page is mainly for people to download my Linux on PlayStation 3 project. I've been building my own like kind of Linux operating system for the PS3, and I finally have a bootable live ISO that you can boot in your PS3. And I wrote a install script so that you can install it to the hard drive. So it's basically my own operating system. It's based on Fedora 28. But yeah, this is the page where you can download my ISO. And here I've got like some instructions and on how to use it and uh, like how to set up Wi-Fi and stuff like that. So, so that's where I'm at. Let's see. Is it like hen? Well, it's kind of, well, you do have to jailbreak your PS3 if you want to install Linux on it. So, yeah, it has to be like a older model PS3, like the fat ones it'll work on, and also some of the slim ones. But if it's too new, then you can only use hen. But yeah, if you can jailbreak your PS3 and you can install custom firmware on it, then you can also run Linux, and that's what my operating system is designed to run under. I do have a Linux PS3 that's dedicated to running Linux. It's been running Linux for the past like 4 years or so, and yeah, I just always leave it on. Oh no, you got Yellow Light of Death. Oh shit, sorry. Yeah, I got one PS3 too with a Yellow Light of Death. I got three in total, but one of them is dead. Fuck AVL trees? Oh, are you talking about binary trees, binary search trees, or whatever? That's a computer science thing. Yeah, once you get Yellow Light of Death, I mean that's pretty much it, unless you can you know, if it could be fixed by doing a Frankenstein mod. You know, there's a lot of places that do that now. Okay, yeah, rebalancing. Yeah, yeah, that's confusing. Rebalancing of binary trees. Um, I never. I mean, I gotta confess, I never completely kind of got that. I never totally wrapped my mind around like the whole binary search trees topic. I mean, I was able to do the programs and stuff, and I got a good grade, but yeah, they made my they made my eyes go cross trying to understand how binary trees work. Let's see. Uh, okay. So let me put this on the top of the screen, and let me put this um, down here. All right. So yeah, um, the nice thing about using a static site generator like Hugo is you don't really have to fuck around with too much HTML or CSS. Like those are two like well, they're markup languages, I guess, and they're just two things that I've never been good at. I've never enjoyed doing. So to make these pages, all you have to know is Markdown, which is very simple. Using stacks to store the ancestor nodes. Oh man, you're talking jargon now. Yeah, I remember that. Oh, you tried the hair dryer thing? Oh, yeah, I've heard that, if you cook it in an oven, just the right way, your PS3's motherboard, it could give you some more life out of it, but yeah, best bet is to have it Frankenstein if you can. Hey, what's up, Renflitch? How are you today? Oh, you tried in the oven too? Shit. Okay, so, first things first, good news. I just built my latest, PS3 Linux Live ISO, and, I'm now ready to, post the latest version onto my website for people to download. So let me do that now. Um, okay, it's on my NFS drive, right? And it's called PS3 Linux Live ISO. I'm going to copy that over to my website where it can be downloaded from. Oh shit. Okay. Happy birthday, Renflitch. Shit. That's awesome. A victory would be nice. What do you mean, victory in what? What are you watching the Olympics or something? Ah, 16. Let's see. Oops. Oh, Ace Combat. Oh shit. Okay. No wonder I didn't get it. I never played that game. Ace Combat. Didn't they have that for PS2? I thought that was a PS2 game. Okay, my ISO is now on my website. We copied over to the static directory on my what's going to be my new website as well. Going to be under static PS3 files. There we go. Now, one of the nice things about Hugo, and I guess it's probably the same with any static site generator, is the web. If you run the built-in web server, which is the one that I'm running now, I'm connected to my own IP address 127.0.0.1 port 1313. That's the address where Hugo serves up your web pages, and you can run the server in the background, and it'll automatically update your page as you make changes to it. So that's pretty nice. This is the main configuration file for my site. Uh, I'm using a pre-made theme in my website. It's called M10C. You can get it on GitHub. Hey, what's happening, Steve Evenson? How are you today? Yeah, so far so good. Everything is working the way that I expected it to here on this page so far. So I think I'm ready to import another one of my previous pages um, from my previous website, the one that's currently up right now. Yeah, I'm just gonna copy like some of those pages over to make fill out my content. Oh no one remembered your birthday. Oh, that sucks. That's well, honestly, Renflitch, get used to it because it's gonna happen more and more. I'm so old I don't even remember my own birthday nowadays. You kidding? Okay. I forgot. I meant to do something else in this terminal panel. Um, Get out of that. All right. The first thing I want to do is I'm gonna log into my PlayStation 3, um, which is currently running the operating system that I'm like advertising on this website. And log in over SSH. My PlayStation 3 is called the Gibson. And there we are. All right, I'm logged into my PS3 in this terminal. See, there's my CPU info. Running the Cell Broadband engine. My Sony PS3. Wonder if I have Fast Fetch installed. I think I do. Oop. No, not Fast Fetch. Neo Fetch. Yep, there it is. Give it a minute. It's querying the package database. Oh, there we go. Yeah, there's NeoFetch on the PS3. It's running well, it's running Fedora 28 mostly, but with my own customizations, I customized this operating system so that to make it bootable on the PS3. And now I'm in the process of upgrading and building new RPM packages for this operating system that I can serve from my website here. I run a RPM repository. So yeah, if anybody who downloads my ISO and installs my operating system, they're going to be pulling packages from my home computer. What do I think about React.js? I gotta be totally honest with you. I have no experience with React.js. I don't know anything about JavaScript, to be honest. I've never used it. um, I'll go this far. I'll say that I probably wouldn't like it. um, if I did start working with it, because I'm more into like traditional like strongly typed languages and coding and stuff like that, and um, anything that any type of code that is meant to like control the way an element looks on the screen, or like control like how something is displayed or whatever, like how web pages work. Um, like yeah, that stuff just makes me gag. You know, I mentioned earlier that's why I'm using a static site generator called Hugo to make my page. Because I hate doing HTML, and I hate doing CSS. So if I hate those two things, then I would probably hate JavaScript as well. Well, you know what the big thing is? It's just I'm no good at layouts and making things look nice, and like you got to have like a good eye for aesthetics, and like user interface, and you almost got to be kind of artistic, to do like the front end work on web pages. And it's not in me. I'm not that kind of coder. Thoughts on AI and where it's going? Isn't it supposed to crash pretty soon? Like the whole AI bubble. I mean, I hope it crashes pretty soon, because it's really really hard to find a job right now. I think most tech employers are still currently letting go of more people than they're hiring. So, and I blame that on AI. It's useful for some things, though. I mean, I use it. I use it to help me in my coding. If you know how to ask it questions, and kind of how to get the right answers out of it. Yeah, it could be useful. I have nothing against AI, but I think um, I think a lot of businesses and like corporations kind of fell for the hype early on, and I think the bubble's gonna burst. Um, all right, so here I'm logged into my PS3. Where did I leave off on my PS3? Let me check something. SRC. Yeah, I've been fighting with I've also been fighting with the RPM package manager this past couple of days, trying to build a new GCC for my distro, and it's been giving me nothing but issues. So I'm gonna take another approach, I think. Um, let's see. I've got a page for posts. I could probably get rid of these test pages because I don't need them now. These pages here that are showing up here, those are going to be under the content uh, subdirectory, and these particular ones are in the posts subdirectory. All right, yeah, I'll get rid of these test files. See, look at that. My web page, it updated immediately. It updated automatically. That's Hugo did that. That's my static site generator. Uh, all right, now I'm going to copy a page from my old website, the one that's currently on my server, because I haven't updated it yet. Um, so let me do that. Let's see. I just did the jailbreaking one. I don't need index. Um, cell development, extras. What distro am I using for that I'm streaming from right now is Gen 2. Uh, yeah, see, this is the machine that I'm working on right now. It's HP Envy. This laptop's actually a couple years old. It's only got 8 gigabytes of RAM, but and it's got integrated graphics, so no fancy GPU. But the CPU is pretty beefy still. It's a 12 core Ryzen 5. Gen 2, is it hard to use? No, I don't think so. Um, it's definitely different from other distros. Like the package manager works differently, of course. And of course, when you want to do an update, you got to prepare for it because it might take a little while. But aside from that, this installation of Gen 2 on my current laptop has been surprisingly like super stable for me. I've been running this installation like for the past few months now, and yeah, generally I'm able to apply updates without having to like reconfigure too many things like manually, which is nice because you do have to do that sometimes in Gen 2. Um, oh yeah, believe it or not, yeah, you want to see my use flags? Um, I think this is actually the secret to why this system has been so stable. To be honest, is because my global use flags are I only use a couple of them, not too many. Yeah, here we go. Got X Steam Runtime, VA API. That's for hardware acceleration for GPU. Bash completion, Vim syntax, of course, and no Wayland. Yeah. Well, well, that's cool. If you like Wayland, that's fine. I don't have anything against it. I just there's certain things in Xorg that you can only do in Xorg and you can't do in Wayland. And for me, I actually use those features. Like for example, network transparency. That's very important to me. I like to use X over SSH. Oh, you like the minus Wayland? Okay, yeah. Okay, so you're on my side. Well, like I said, I've got nothing against Wayland. I know it's probably going to be um, the way of the future, but yeah, all my machines still run X11. It's because I like doing X over SSH. Oh, hey, sys lint, sys in it, sysd in it. Sysd in it. You're on X Libre. How's that experience? How's that experience been? I was wondering how long it would be before somebody forked the Xorg repo, and yeah, I haven't used it at all yet. It's my daily driver OSs are Gen 2 on this computer, and then I got Fedora on my other laptop and on my desktop. So it's working pretty good. Okay. Well, it's good that somebody's maintaining it now because it seems like the people who are responsible for Xorg currently are not interested in advancing the project at all. So, you know, if someone else wants to do it, let them do it. See, I guess I'll go with my Fedora page next. That's pretty important. Oh, okay, you're on Omarchi. Yeah, I don't know too much about Omarchi, but I've seen some YouTube videos about it. And some people like it. Um, doesn't it come with a tiling window manager? Xorg officially abandons master branch. Remain throws away tiers of code. What is that? Is that like a news headline? That sounds like a story. Have you ever compiled Xorg yourself? It's kind of interesting. There's a script that takes care of the whole thing for you. If it succeeds, yeah, it fails every so often. You have to restart. Well, you have to restart from where you left off. But yeah, it's kind of interesting. Um, oh, okay, yeah, I was wondering about that because like me personally, I've never really used a tiling window manager. Um, I should give it a try one day because I'd probably it probably takes some getting used to, but I'd probably like it eventually. Um, they got rid of the master branch. Oh, well, I think that terminology has kind of gone like out of vogue. Nowadays, everybody calls it the main branch. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, if you're on Gen 2, then you compile everything anyway. Well, I mean, outside of portage, like I did it for a Linux from scratch project that I did on the PS3, and yeah, Gen 2 actually doesn't use the Xorg script for compiling. They do it. They compile it package by package. But yeah, I've done it before. It takes a while. Um, all right, I need to lift a date line from a new page because I want to update the date. So let me make a new page really quick from Hugo. Hugo, new content. We got a content posts. We'll call it temp. Oh shit! I never tried Moosel before. Yeah, it's another kind of cool thing about Gen 2 is they offer alternative like an alternative to glibc, which is like on most Linux distributions, glibc is kind of like your most important set of libraries. They run everything. Like there's not a single program that's in the Linux world that's not dependent on glibc, pretty much. But are alternatives, and Moosel is one of them. There's also newlib, but I think that's only for like embedded devices and stuff. How long have I been on Linux? I started transitioning over to Linux, I guess, around 2013. I had a spare laptop that was too weak for Windows, so I put Ubuntu on there. I didn't like the main Ubuntu, like the main ISO, the main install. It was the Unity desktop, and it's kind of like based on GNOME or something, and just, I didn't like it. So I switched over really quickly to Xubuntu with the XFCE desktop, and yeah, I've been in love with XFCE ever since. That's my go-to desktop environment when I don't want to use like a window manager. Um, content posts. Um, let's check out PS3 Fedora first, and we'll also open content posts. Oops. Uh, temp, because I need this date right here. Okay, I can close that. Actually, I could delete it. Let me delete it really quick. Um, Otherwise, I'll forget. Oh, you did the Hackintosh? I never tried Hackintosh. Well, I don't like the Mac like operating system, to be honest. It's cool because it's based on Unix, but I just don't like the user interface. Back then it was too hard. Yeah. Let's see. Here's all my social links here. These are my Discord link, my YouTube link, and my GitHub link. All right, I think I can also delete that extras directory too. I think I left that there, but by accident. And make sure this link still works. Yes, it does. Okay. All right then. There's a typo and oh shit. Yeah, you know what? Oh, thank you. I've been noticing going through these pages from my previous website. I've been making a lot of corrections. Oh yeah, look at this right here. There we go. Oops. Yeah, I made a lot of like silly mistakes when I posted these pages, like when I first when I originally. All right, this page doesn't look like it's that much to edit. Let's take a look and see what it looks like. Actually, wait a minute. Before I save it, I want to make sure that these links are good. I gotta transfer this file, Fedora 12, PPC DVD, ISO. All right, let me transfer these two files into my static directory. All right, I need these two first, Fedora. And they're going into content slash static. No, they go under static. There it is. And there are PS3 files. Put those right there. Oh yeah, this ISO is pretty big. It's a couple gigabytes. Oh shit, yeah. In the meantime, let me check out what I'm doing here on the Gibson. Games? Let's see. Right now I'm working on a couple of games. I got, what's it called? I've been playing Cyberpunk on Steam on my regular computer. You know, like on my desktop. I've been playing, let's see. Red Dead Redemption on the PS3. Oh, and also Far Cry 3 on the PS3. I started playing that a couple days ago, and I actually really like it. It's really good. Oh, and you know what else I actually downloaded recently, and it's kind of fun. I just downloaded for the PS2 from my emulator. The hell was it called? Shit. Ah, yeah, the original Killzone. Yeah, I wanted to get I wanted to play some Killzone today during my stream too. So maybe we'll get to that as well later. Oh shit, Sloppy Puppy's here. What's up, Sloppy Puppy? Red Dead Redemption 2. Yeah, I don't think that's available for the PS3, so I'm gonna have to get that on Steam. Yeah, I'll always talk video games. You know, I'm not great at them, but I do enjoy playing them. I actually got like a tournament coming up tomorrow. If you guys want to check it out, I'll be streaming it. My friends that I play Resistance Fall of Man with online, yeah, where they're having like a big online deathmatch party tomorrow. Oh. So yeah, I'll be streaming that. You get to see me get killed in a lot of different ways. It'll be fun. Yeah, I definitely will. Oh shit, Crazy Nez, you got Fedora 12 up and running? Shit, that's awesome. I remember you were having issues with like mounting the hard drive or partitioning the hard drive. Shit. I love that. I love that you stuck with it and you figured out what was wrong. Breathing life for old titles. Yeah, well, obviously the online for Resistance Fall of Man, those servers went down a long time ago, but the community was able to resurrect them, which is awesome. Oh, is it this one here? God damn, there it is. Yeah, I love Fedora 12. Yeah, make sure you check out my my little scripts that I made. They'll connect you to the online repos, and if I remember right, they'll also connect you to, oh, okay, yeah, you added my repos. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, you can get all the development stuff there for the Cell CPU, and they're always up, pretty much. Yeah, that's fucking epic. Fedora 12 is a lot of fun on the PS3. There's a lot of software available. Like, that's the one where I found like the sequencer that I used to make my piano song videos on the PS3. You guys might have seen them. Fedora 28 is all about business, though. It's all operating system development. So, now what do I want to do? I want to send over my spec file for GCC, I think, over to the PS3. It's gonna be somewhere under here. It's gonna be under specs. GCC. Is that it? No? Oh, that's the wrong root. It's under PPC 64. Root. No, that's not right. There it is. Alright, I'm gonna copy this over to my PS3. Oh no. No, I had to put each and every one of them notes into the program. No, I had to do that whole thing by hand. I copied it from the from like the physical sheet music. I own the sheet music for those songs. They're for the most part they're public domain, you know. So I was able to print them out, and yeah, I copied every note for note onto into the program. The program was called NTED. It's a sequencer. And then what I did was, and it was cool that Fedora 12 supported this. I actually have a USB to MIDI cable that lets you plug in a USB instrument to your MIDI device. So yeah, as a synthesizer, I used my Yamaha QI70. It's like a synth from the 90s. A lot of bands use it as a drum machine, but it's also got good piano in there. So, oh, NTED. I actually got the website for it if you want to check it out. It's one of these here. I got a lot of PS3. I gotta clean up my links. I got too many links here. Oh, here it is. Yeah, this is the NTED webpage, and the source code for it is right here. You can install it from source. Yeah, I compiled it on the PS3. It compiles in Fedora 12. It was made by a German guy, a German professor. Yeah, that's the website. It's a pretty good program. It's not as flashy or probably as fully featured as MuseScore. Have you ever tried MuseScore? This is probably the one that most people use. Oh, it's I don't think this is the MuseScore that I'm looking for. Anyway, yeah. So you know the program I'm talking about. They run a FOSS sequencer client project. Oh, neat. But a fork without their commercial integration would be nice. Oh. Yeah, for a while I was really into audio production, and especially doing it through Linux. So yeah, I'm pretty well versed in like the applications that are available in Linux. Like I tried Ardor, the like the main like DAW program for Linux, and it's different than the one that I used on Windows. I used to use one called Sonar on Windows. It was made by Cakewalk. That was a really good DAW, but Ardor took some getting used to. It's really powerful though. Barely used it. Yeah, it's intimidating, you know, because like I said, it's not exactly like it doesn't look like most other DAWs, you know. It's not it doesn't have the same layout really, and It's quite alien. Yabridge. Oh, I don't know that one. VST plugins. Hey, you know what's cool? You know OBS can accept VST plugins. You can do some fun stuff with that. I don't think I have any installed at the moment though. Let's see. Let me use my Yum downloader. This is a program that comes in your DNF utils package. This one right here. I'm gonna use it to download the source code for GCC. Into this directory. Oh, hey, what's happening? Welcome to the stream, my friend. What audio server? On this computer, I got Pipewire, actually. I was actually very suspicious of Pipewire when it first came out. I was afraid that, you know, it was going to break everything, and I was so used to using Pulse Audio and like how to configure it and everything. So yeah, I was afraid of Pipewire, but it actually works really good. So my fears were unfounded. Yeah, I gotta agree. Pipewire is actually pretty good. All right, here's the SRPM file for GCC. I'm gonna install the contents of that file into my RPM build file system. It's the ultimate over the server runtime. Wow. Yeah, well, I kind of like how plug and play it is. I mean, I didn't have to learn it. I mean, I don't really know too much about it, to be honest. It hasn't given me a reason to, since it's not broken. You know, I haven't had to figure out how to configure it like I had to figure it out on Pulse Audio and whatnot. Oh, hey, Crazy Nez. Yeah, you're doing. Yeah, you should be able to compile the latest and greatest version of Perl on on Fedora 12. I've always been able to. One thing you might want to do though in your during the Perl configuration, I don't know what method you're configuring it with, but like the way that I did it, it's kind of like a classic kernel config where it just spits out a bunch of questions at you and you have to pick the answers or just pick the default. So, yeah, OpenSSL depends on Perl for its testing suite. By the way, Crazy Nez, how did you know that? That's arcane knowledge. That you want to upgrade your Perl before you upgrade your OpenSSL. Did I mention that at some point? Anyway, yeah, good. You know what you're doing. Oh, done it before. I see. Yeah. The testing suite in Perl OpenSSL will fail if your Perl is not new enough. Oh, yeah. If you want to build a Perl that's backwards compatible, with all the Perl code that's already on your system. What I found is during the configure, it's going to ask you a question if you want to backdate the API or the headers, or I forget exactly how it asks the question, but give it the enter in the old version of the old version of Perl that comes with Fedora 12. I think it's 5.5. Something I can't remember. Yeah, get the version of Perl that ships with Fedora 12, and then backdate the API of your new Perl, during the configure, and that will make it more compatible with everything that's already on your system. That's something I was able to figure out. Yeah, definitely. It will help with compatibility. Now, as far as the PS3 is concerned, or the as far as Fedora 12 is concerned, the latest OpenSSL that I've ever built on that machine, or for that operating system, was 1.1.1W. It's basically the latest of the 1.1.1 series, which are now deprecated. I mean, they're now end of life, but they still work. It's got all the crypto algorithms that you could possibly need to communicate with modern web services. So yeah, if you're looking for a version that will be compatible with the PS3, you could definitely go with 1.1.1, unless you want to fuck around with the newer ones. But I haven't done that really. Check out Easy Effects. I wonder if that's available in Gen 2. Probably not. Well, yeah, it was crazy. Well, that's the thing. Whatchamacallit, OpenSSL. OpenSSL is another one that you can backdate the API. It gives you that option in the configure, which is awesome. So yeah, definitely do that for OpenSSL as well. Try and match the version that you've already got installed, which I think is like 1.0. something. But yeah, OpenSSL jumps from version 1.1.1 to version 3. something, so must be quite a jump. Yeah, they go from 1.1 to 3.x. Oh, that's interesting. It's got something to do with the license. That's all. I see. Yeah, they package them separately. Yeah, well, probably I guess most distributions do that. Oh, you mean because of the license? Oh. Yeah, that's one thing that I don't... I gotta admit, my knowledge is not super strong on is Linux licenses and open source licenses. And if I'm gonna be a package manager and like a distro maintainer, it's something I really have to fucking learn. It's just so boring. I hate reading legal shit. I'm not a lawyer. I know, right? Well, maybe if my distro gets big enough, I can hire a legal department to take care of that shit for me. Alright, now I'm gonna, really quick, I'm gonna start... What the hell is this? Oh, it's my build directory. It's got shit in it. Okay, you kind of understand them. Well, yeah, maybe I'll get there eventually. I'm really good at putting things off. I blame my ADHD. Oh hey, what's up, Tito? Shit. Oh no, you need my help? On WhatsApp? Oh, I don't even think I have WhatsApp. I would have to make an account. Maybe I do. Oh shit, I bet I do have a WhatsApp account, but I forgot like what it is. I'll have to reactivate it. I don't even think I have it on my phone currently. You know, my build directories. IP is the worst thing ever to be invented. Yeah, well, I'm not a big fan myself either. Anti-competitive? Well, yeah, I guess so. Okay, there we go. I cleaned up my my build directories. All right, I'm gonna start a GCC build, but I'm not gonna let it finish. I really just want to get the configuration string, you know, the configure command from the RPM build. Oh crap, I gotta download the source tarball. Okay, I'm gonna try that again. Wow. I got some dependencies that I gotta install. Oh crap! I just remembered. TextInfo is going to take a little while to install. It's got some kind of a huge post-install script that it has to run. So yeah, it's going to take a minute. Oh shit, Sloppy Puppy. Yeah, I guess I could, right? Yeah, I probably could do that. It would take some like heavy customization of this Hugo page, but I'm sure it's possible. All right, I gotta copy 2 more files to my static directory. Actually, let me change this URL. Sloppy Puppy. Maybe. Yeah, that looks like something it would be. Honestly, like I said before, I'm not the person to talk to about website design. I'm lucky I can get Hugo to work and do what I want it to do. So we're gonna copy PS3 good repos. To my static directory, and also PS3 Cell SDK install. Oh yeah, that's right, it wouldn't be a static site, right? Well, it's kind of nice having a static site. It loads so fast, you know, it's got so little bloat, you know. Alright, I think that there's not too much I have to change on this page. I think I'm just gonna leave it as it is for now, because it's good enough. I'm just trying to fill out, you know, I'm just trying to put like at least the same content that's on my original page. Wait a minute, did I pick the wrong one? Hold on. Oh, it's this one, yeah. Fedora Linux on PlayStation 3, blah blah blah. Here's the files, okay. Let me check my links, see if they work. Okay. This should be a YouTube video. Welcome to Linux on PlayStation 3. I think I should change over my Discord client. Well, yeah, if there is good open source alternative, I would definitely rather use that. Oh, I forgot. There's one more link I gotta update here. It's at the bottom here. Let's see. Yeah, right here. Check this link right here. Should take me to my repo. Very good. Okay, we've added another page. I'm that much closer to replacing my old page with the new one, which is kind of long overdue. See here, remember what I told you? This install was going to take forever. Whatever this script is that it's running, this scriptlet, it's Must be huge. Let's see, what else can I find in my old directory? Let's see, we got Fedora, jailbreaking. Cell development is next. Okay, I got the documentation directory. I gotta copy that over. Okay, so that takes care of this first link. Update it. Okay, let's see what we got. Cell SDK docs. Versions 3 and 3.1. Gen 2 doesn't package desktop. Well, it's not that weird actually. Gen 2's software like library or whatever you want to call it. It's actually not as robust as like something like a Fedora. They don't offer all the things that you might think that they do. It was a pain in the ass trying to install Metasploit the other day. There's no Metasploit package either for Gen 2, and on the Metasploit website, it's only available as RPMs and as DEB files. So I got smart. I said, okay, well, one thing Gen 2 does offer is the RPM package manager, so I installed RPM, and I used that to install the RPM package of Metasploit. And I had to force the install because RPM didn't know that like the dependencies for Metasploit were already installed on my system. So, but yeah, it works. Okay, let's copy over the cell SDK docs. Okay, got that. Alright, man, you gonna head out? Alright, man. Yeah, thanks for checking my stream. Have a good day. Thanks for the good vibes. Let's see, hosted. Okay, this has got a point to my repo, so I'm gonna update that link because I have HTTPS now. Okay, looks like I gotta put a few more files into my static directory here. I need cell SDK 2021 and then the rest of them. All right. Oh, finally, our installation is finished. Well, I'll take care of that in a minute. Hey, Wompy Dompty, what's up? Oh, you sent me a Discord message? You doing all good? Yeah, same here. I think I just found out today earlier. I think here in Jersey we're about to get a blizzard. We're gonna get like a foot of snow apparently. So looking forward to that. V Vesttop Dev. Cleanest way would probably be a flat pack, despite the overhead. It's good sandboxing and clean management. Special line destroyer that tracks wider packaging support. Well, one thing I know about Gen 2 is Gen 2 likes its sandboxing. That's for sure. Portage does all of its processes. The package manager does all of its processes in sandboxing. Yeah, it's cool. Cool, all right. It's cool as ice. Yeah, Gen 2 is really secure. It's got a lot of default like security settings, you know, like out of the box. Yeah, it's annoying on the PS3. I turn off all the sandboxing in Portage because it's a lot of overhead for the PS3. Yeah, I don't mind it so much. I wonder what was built with though, because it's a different kind of like program than most of the programs that I run. You know, it's got a different look to it. I wonder what kind of framework they used to build it. Seems a bit bloaty though. Oh, Electron. Oh, I see. Okay, I guess it must. Yeah, it's got that Electron kind of look, you know. All right, let's see how my cell development page looks. There it is. Looks fine. Looks just like it used to. Make sure all my links work. I hate that. Yeah, that's what it reminds me of, a web app. Even Windows 11 graphical shell, really? Huh. looks like all my links are good. Alright, beautiful. Now I gotta add my Cell System Simulator page, and I think I'll call it there. And I'll go ahead and publish this website onto my main page so that you can all check it out. See what it looks like now. Look, it's definitely better than it was. It's cleaner than it was. I still got some work to do on this main page. Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah, thanks, Sloppy Puppy. Yeah, it got a cleaner look than it did, and I like that I was able to actually my friend from chat the other day was able to help me change the margins on this page so that they're wider so that I could fit more text because they were pretty short before. Let's use the most RAM. It could possibly be Discord, either that or Firefox. Oh, whoopsie. Let me finish my command first. Yeah, this is the machine that I'm streaming from now. This is what my processes look like. Oh, OBS is very active, obviously. Looks like Firefox is taking... where is it? 235? Thereabouts. Oh, really? That's Discord? Oh, funny. All right. Well, I'm happy with where I'm at right now. proc/self/exe command is Discord. Are you sure it's in proc? Proc is a virtual file system. It might be an opt. Is it under opt? It's under opt, I think. Yeah, let's see. Here's my ops directory. It's there's Discord right there. Yeah, the binary is this one here. Capital D Discord. That's the binary. How it looks in top. Well, it looks like OBS is using most of my CPU. Sort by memory tab? I don't think I've ever used that. Let me check it out. I don't see any tabs. Oh, I disabled the mouse in HTOP. Oh look, now I can click on them. Oh hey, if I hit F6, that's sort by. Check it out. There, that I can change what I sort by, like right here. PID, user, priority. Here we go. Mvert, mresident, mshare. Which one is the important one? Mresident. Firefox. Oh, you want to do %mem? Let's check it out. %mem. Oh, here it is. Ah, very nice. Yeah, lots of Firefox up here. As you can see, I cheat on Gen 2. I install the binary Firefox. It takes forever to build. How many Firefox processes does it go in here? Oh, there's exe. Haha. Funny. Yeah, I couldn't imagine trying to build a browser. Browsers are so freaking complicated these days. They gotta be able to interpret like 20 different languages and support all these fucking like APIs and shit. They gotta be so complicated. It's a miracle they work at all. Alright, you guys, I got one more page that I want to transfer from my old website to my new one, and then I'll post my entire new website to my page, and then I can kind of cross that off my to-do list for now, because there's still obviously like a whole lot more work that I want to do on, you know, to make improvements on my site. But once I get this uploaded, then that means I can kind of take care of that, you know, whenever I want to. Oh, it's all right. You're not distracting me. I'm just saying. I'm gonna take a little 5-minute break. I'm gonna go stretch my legs for a minute, and yeah, just give me a second. I'll be right back. And in the meantime, you can listen to some GTA background music. This is the music from the pause menu. Alright, yeah, like give me like 5 minutes. found some leftover pizza, so I put it in the microwave. Should be good. Yep, that's what I wanted right there. The configured string. Why not use VS Code? Well, I could for editing the spec files. That text file that oh, for the website building. Well, yeah, I could, I guess. I actually do have VS Code installed. Yeah, to tell you the truth, you just reminded me. I forgot it was there. Maybe I should give it a try. Take a look at life outside of Vim. Alright, let's see if this configured works. This configure string. It should. Oh Jesus, I misspelled Objective-C. If I let that build go to the end, then that's going to be going for a pretty long time. Probably till tomorrow. And I'm going to relog into the PS3 again. Dreamweaver. I've never used it, but I've heard of it. Yeah, that was the big thing back in the day. Oh yeah, people still use it. Oh, I'm pretty I'm starting to get okay at using Hugo now. It's a little bit finicky when you first start messing with it, but once you learn how it kind of does things, it's not so bad. Try to theme it like the XMB. Well, have you ever seen RPCS3's website? It kind of looks kind of that way. Looks like it could have been. Look, see, they got the particles and shit floating around in the background. This kind of looks like the XMB's background. I wouldn't know how to do any of this shit though. That's pretty advanced. Oh, hey. Hey, Minerva, how are you today? Yeah, I'm doing alright. Um, can't complain. Getting a lot of stuff done. Alright, you know what I think I'm gonna do? I'm gonna try out this spec file. Oh, yeah, don't talk to me about the GCC RPM. I've been fighting with this RPM for like the past day and a half. The Fedora's source RPM for PowerPC, for all architectures, I would say, on Fedora 28's GCC SRPM is broken. It's just broken. It's fucked up. So I'm making one from scratch of my own. We'll see how that turns out. It's so obvious, such obvious things too. Like for example, for whatever reason, Fedora apparently made the compiler for this release multi-lib, so it supports 32 and 64-bit. Even though this is only a single library distribution, there are no 32-bit. There's no 32-bit repository for this Fedora. So I tried to build, I tried to just do a vanilla build of GCC, you know, with no changes to the spec file. Just, it should have kicked out something just the way that they built it, but it wants to build a multi-lib compiler, which I found surprising, you know, because it's not a multi-lib distro, and and it has dependencies. It has 32-bit dependencies for building the multi-lib fucking compiler. It needs 32-bit glibc, but 32-bit glibc does not exist in the Fedora 28 repos. It's not there. You can't install it. So you've either got to build it from source yourself, or you're fucked if you want to build the compiler. You know. So I tried making. Yeah, it's pretty fucking whack. So I tried, you know, editing the RPM to make it, to fool it into thinking that PPC 64 was a single library distribution, but I just ran into too many fucking issues. So I'm doing I'm trying a spec file from scratch now. I'm actually gonna kill this build because I'm gonna do the build inside the RPM framework. Alright, fuck it, let's see what this does. Let's get this build started. I'm gonna command it with RPM build. VA, I like to do verbose. Oh, god damn it. Oh, I forgot to download the source code. Ah, shit. Where'd all these files come from? They must be in my build directory. Let's clean that up. Oh, oops daisy, I know what I did. Let's see, I gotta change, okay. Can't use this variable, or macro. Okay, there it goes. All right, if this build starts taking off, it's gonna be building for quite some time. User, yes, that's right. In this terminal here, I'm SSH'd into my PlayStation 3. I just started building a new set of, well, starting the first of probably more than a couple builds of GCC. Yeah, it's gonna be compiling for a while, but yeah, this is my PS3 that you're looking at in the terminal. I'm connected over SSH. It's running Fedora 28 with my own custom kernel and a few updates that I've applied so far. I gotta copy over some documentation and an archive, it looks like. Do this. Okay, let's get those PDFs, System Sim they're called. File that starts with IBM Full System Simulator. I also need Yellow Dog, ISO. Is Hugo any good? Well, it's good enough for me. You know, it's a static site generator, so it doesn't really make anything fancy. But there are good themes available for it, and it does fight you a little bit when you first start using it. It's hard to figure out, like, you know, exactly how to point to other pages and how to, you know, make links and things like that. But once you kind of get a handle on, like, the way that Hugo handles, like, syntax and things like that, yeah, it's not so bad. The theme that I'm using, I downloaded this theme off of GitHub. It's called M10C, and I think it's probably the best looking theme available for Hugo, but there's a bunch of other good ones. Yeah, this Yellow Dog DVD is a couple of gigabytes, so it's gonna be copying for a minute. Oh, there, it's done. Never mind. Let's see if there's anything else I want to add to my static directory. See, I got Yellow Dog, I got System Sim. Let me put that stage 3 tarball in there too. Yeah, that's one thing I'm not so thrilled about as far as Hugo goes, is the documentation is it's kind of hard to look up stuff that you're trying to do. I mean, maybe it's partially me because I just don't like working with HTML and CSS. I just don't like them. I find them kind of boring to do, but can't all be me. Anytime you look up anything that you try to look up on Hugo, like how to do something, it's gonna bring you to like the Hugo like forum, like where people post questions and stuff. And, you know, I don't know, sometimes the questions aren't really worded right, and sometimes the answers aren't really explicit. So, it's a lot of trial and error. Mostly error. Alright, I think my site is finally in decent enough shape that I can actually post it to my real web server and make it available to the world. I've transferred over, you know, at least the content that I had on my old site, or on my original site. I transferred it over to this one, so I'm not missing anything. And now I can just add to it as I want to. This layout that I've done this time should be a lot more maintainable for me. I can put my posts on here and just add them as I think of them. I got it working the way that I want it working. So let's test it out. Let's see if it performs the same on my main server, my Apache server. Alright, there's my current website. Now there are certain directories here that I gotta keep that I can't delete, so alright. Oh, I forgot. These are all root files. Okay, my website is now down. Probably inaccessible because I've got no index page. So let's try to do this pretty quick. Which directories can I delete? I can delete categories. Cell development, that's my old site. Cell SDK repos, I gotta leave that there. That's a repository. Get rid of CSS. Extras, jailbreaking. New site can go. Fix. PS3 Fedora. Gonna delete the contents of PS3 files. Alright, I'm blowing away pretty much everything from my website. The only thing that's going to be accessible now is my my RPM repos. Okay. I'm now uploading the contents of my my static directory into the static directory on my website. So these files will now be accessible again. Some of them have different names though. I renamed them. Oh, hey, T94. Oh, actually, believe it or not, that's what I'm doing right now. I got a directory on my website that's not part of not part of Hugo. It's just got the same name, PS3 files. So what I'm doing is I'm copying these files over to that directory, and then I'll be able to reference them from my Hugo web page. Or at least that's the way that my previous website worked. Hopefully this one will work the same way. We'll find out in a minute. Because yeah, I finally what I did was I made like a minimal, like I just transferred all the important information from my previous site into my new one, so I'm not missing anything, and all my links will still work. The only new content that I've added is pertaining to my live ISO that's on my index page. Yeah, because I'd rather not, copy all these files like this every time I wanna push a update to the website. That'd be a real pain in the ass. Oh, and by the way, the my latest and greatest live install ISO, I just posted it today. I tested it this morning. It's up and working. It's good, and it's working better than ever before. So I posted that onto my website today. It'll get transferred along with the rest of these files. Well, I don't know. I kind of enjoy running the server off of my desktop. It's fun. I like configuring Apache myself. I like being the admin. As a matter of fact, I've got some more configuring in Apache to do, because I want it to display my my repository of files. I want it to display the full file names. The way it is now, it kind of cuts them off. So I got to figure out how to do that. Someone's gonna DDoS me one day. Yeah, I'm sure. some wise guy, some jerk out there. I want to spoil everybody's fun. Some party pooper. Oh, this is a big ISO right here. I'm transferring. This is going to take a minute. This is the Fedora 12 PowerPC install DVD. Yeah, it's not the minimal one, so this one's got all the files in it. Oh, it's finished. Never mind. Oh, there you are. Oh shit. Libre drive, ISO. Oh, so this is the code that'll make the page look like this? Oh, that's pretty fancy. I was kind of... Here, I'll show you what I'm talking about. Like, if you go to Fedora's online repos, they're different. They're, like, under the Fedora project archive. Like, here, I'll show you the Fedora 12 repo. See, look, the way that these directories look? I was thinking about trying to do something like this. So that you could read the entire file name. Here, I'll show you what mine looks like. Under PS3 Linux, it's gonna be... See, there's mine. Mine's not as fancy as Fedora's. I was gonna try and match Fedora's. And then see, here's my repos. See how it cuts off the end of the name so you can't read the whole thing? Oh, would I like to set up something that looks more like looks more like this one here. Well, this is pretty elaborate, but would this make a good display for repository RPMs? I guess, yeah. This is actually fancier than the ones Fedora uses. Anduin OS Alpine. Wow, look at that. Zorin. Do you use Zorin? I never tried Zorin. I heard it looks like Windows though. I don't know, it sounds kind of gimmicky to me. Oh hey, check it out. My oh, Zorin's a good distro? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll take your word for it. Alright, that's all my static files that I need. I copied them separately to a directory on my server. Now, okay. Let me just regenerate my site really quick. So I get a fresh, nice fresh build. Let me do one thing really quick. I want to back up that static PS3 files directory. You'll package everything. Oh yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, I'll check out. Let me check out what you did with your listing there. Maybe I'll be able to import it into my Hugo code, because that is pretty fancy. Crap! I forgot. I gotta change one thing. I change this base URL and change that to my real site. There we go. Now it should be ready to go. Alright, my new site should be live now. You should be able to reach it from ps3linux.net in your browser. Check out the directory, see what it looks like, see if it looks like it's supposed to. Okay, see, yeah, this is a little bit simpler layout than my previous attempt at a website. A little bit cleaner. Check my PS3 files directory. Okay, still got all my content in here. Perfect. That's what I wanted. Oops. Okay, there's my pictures. Oh shit, check it out. Potential dangerous download. Pretty sure I'm not even using a couple of these pictures yet. Oh, really? Is that all it takes? Well, let me see here. Hold on. Let me test out my new site before I forget. I gotta make sure all my links are properly working. Go here. There's my new site. Okay. Had to reload it. Okay, that link is good. That link is good. This should take me to my GitHub. There it is. There's my ISO. My posts. These all look right. Alright, so far so good. I think this is a much better attempt at a halfway decent website right here. And obviously there's still more content that I want to add to it, but at least now it should be a lot easier to update for me. Should be a lot easier to maintain, so that's good news. Uh-oh, you're in the VC. Here, let me open up your zip. Let me open up your zip. Oh hey, there's a fave icon in there. Oh, by the way, I got my fave icon to work actually. So. Oh hey, what's up YouTube channel? How are you today? Yeah. Oh yeah, you remember you actually helped me out with that because yeah, I was trying to use these ICO files and they just weren't working for me. So I switched it over to a PNG, and now I got my fave icon back. Wow, look at this. Ooh yeah, this is definitely CSS. And meta links style. Yeah, this I recognize the CSS, that's for sure. Alright, so if I wanted to add these to my site, I'd probably put them in the root, like my static content directory. That would upload with the rest of my site. Oh, this is a default Apache 2 index page. Okay. Oh, and they'll get hidden? Wow. Oh, what the fuck? Let's give it a try. Oh wait, you think I should put them on the server? Well, yeah, I can script around them for this. I usually write a script that updates my website for me after I've finished working on it, and I generally have it delete everything off the old site except for certain directories, and then upload all the new shit. Matter of fact, I should probably write that up.
Hey, Otto.
Hey, there he is.
Okay.
What's going on?
Okay, so this isn't just that you don't put those files in a subfolder. They go into the root of your public. So you know how I told you this? You know how I recommended that you separate your files, like put them on a CDN folder? So you got like cdn.ps3.net, and that's where you put your ISOs and anything else you want people to download, and then it's separated from the website.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Right? So that CDN will have its own public folder within the Apache config, right? That's where you use the index where you see your file. Those two files, the header and the footer TXT files, they go into the root of that public folder, and then the config that I gave you at the end, that goes into your Apache config. You can edit, obviously, but it takes also things to do with your config, your minor config. But keep the bulk of what I've done there, and then what happens is it refers to those index files, and it wraps them. So you've got your header and you've got your footer of your Apache index, and then everything else is altered by the CSS, and it's contained in the header. And you can alter it to your heart's desire. You can make it a black background, you can make it pink for all you want. You can put your image at the photo, you can give it the same color scheme as your main website, if you so choose. For CSS.
Now, I'm wondering,
So it's not designed for a it's not like an index file that you can chuck into a subfolder.
Yeah.
And then people will just remember the index. It's not like a directory index PHP script. This is wrapping around the default Apache index page. Okay?
So they're more like Apache configurations.
Yes, this is Apache config. It's just so what Fedora have is they've got a footer.html in their folders, right? And they just use or in their root, I'd say, and they've used the Apache config to always refer to that footer in their root, so their footer is always in the bottom of every index page. That's just standard Apache config. That isn't difficult at all. You can put a header on there as well. That's why, if you look at the Ubuntu indirectory index pages, that's why they look completely different. This is why mine looks completely different. It's just the default Apache index page, but I've altered it so it's passed through PHP, and it's running some backend stuff, some code in their PHP to give you some custom content within each directory. Like you can put your ISOs directory, and you can put additional notes in there, content inside a file, and it will render that in that directory, listing, as you can see in the code. But this is the index page. This is the Apache index page. So it runs as the index page. like what you see on any other Apache web server.
Now, I want to add. If I wanted to add that configuration to my server, I wonder.
This is where you don't push your content over into a folder. You push your content over into a subdomain. You get what I'm talking about?
Well, the one subdomain I do have is with the www in front of it.
Yeah.
I can
So
use
when
that.
we get you set up on it, we push your ISOs or your static content that you need to separate out of your website, because that's just going to cause extra load regenerating those files over and over and over when you generate your site. What we can do is we'll push your static files like your ISOs into a folder that will be established as a subdomain in Apache, like using, for instance, CDN or downloads or whatever. CDN is probably easier. And we just go CDN as a www, we'll go cdn.s3linux.net. And then those files that I've given you go into the index of, go into the root of that folder, and then we can give it any design you want, really.
I'm looking at.
Do you understand that a little bit better?
Well, I'm looking up how to use PHP files in Apache, because I'm very interested in doing.
Okay, go into my DM.
Doing all this stuff on locally.
Yeah, it's the PHP is an alteration of the thing. Because if you go into the DMs, if you go into our DM, I'll show you what I've done differently.
Ah, here we go.
Right, so see the Apache config that I've given you?
Yeah, let's take a look at that.
Yeah, so you see the add type and add handler just above header name and readme name?
Oh, whoops, I closed my window. That was stupid. Let's see. Unzender downloads. I got, you mean in the header.php?
No, in the config on our DM. Like the Apache config.
Oh, up here.
Behind the window.
Let's see here.
No,
Server.
look at
Yeah, this is an Apache config. Yeah, server name, document root. I recognize that. Logging. Oh, here we go.
Okay, so you see the add type and add handler?
Let's see. There we go. Add handler, application. There we go. Yeah.
So the add type and the add handler pass the index files, the readme, the header name and the readme file, and they basically tell Apache, hey, treat this file and pass it through Apache. If it's basic HTML, it doesn't really matter.
Oh.
Right? But since it's like, hey, I want these files passed as an Apache, passed through Apache. And then I'm defining, I'm telling Apache what my header name is and what my readme name is. Okay? And generally the default file name for the readme is in capital readme.html. That's where you find readme.html in a lot of these index folders, and they've got these little content beneath it. Okay? And then I've got the index ignore just hiding the header and hiding the readme, and then hiding the save icon, and hiding the htaccess, hiding anything else. And I've got a private folder, so you can hide that as well.
You got fancy indexing on. I turned mine off. Maybe I should turn it back on.
Yeah, no, back on. This entire thing relies on that. You get rid of that.
Oh, really? Oh, okay, that's interesting. Let's see. Let's take a look here. Let's take a look at what I got in my. All right, I got to be careful about this because this is my server configuration. I don't want to.
Just back up your configuration. CP it into a different file, or a backup file, so you don't lose your original config. And then put a little my config in there. But it has to be on a if you run this on a subdomain, this is going to work flawlessly. If you run this on a subdomain.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, well, it's let's do this first. Let's
Are you starting to, do you understand how it's set up, how the whole thing works now?
yeah, I'm getting my mind wrapped around it. If I take a look at the PHP again, I'll probably get a little bit more
the
familiar.
PHP part of it is very simple. You can strip out the PHP stuff. You can strip out the PHP stuff and just turn it into a basic HTML. But it still works. 90% of files will still fit. Why are you even talking in there? Oh, okay. No, not that config file, not the actual Apache config file.
It's not the main.
The main config file.
Oh, it's one of the modules.
So it's inside XC Apache to sites enabled and the main file. No, not in the actual Apache config file. So you need to go.
It'll be auto index.
So it's in your domain config file, your website.
You mean
No. So on Debian, it's inside Apache to sites enabled. Doesn't need to. So CD, XC. So where is your domain configuration for Apache?
it's in the main configuration?
Really?
Yeah.
You don't have that?
Yeah, it's down here.
That's completely different from how I've ever done.
Oh, trust me. Every distro sets up their Apache a different way. You know who really does it confusing is Gen2. I tried setting up a Gen2 server. I couldn't figure it out. Let's see.
Yeah,
There's
this is.
here's my document root right here. This is what was in here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there it is. That's what I was looking for. Let's take a look at.
Okay, well, integrate my config into that config.
Let's see what we got here.
You see where everything goes? You got the directory and all that?
Oh, and remind me, I also have to turn on fancy indexing. That's in a different file. Let's see, document root, directory index, index.html.
This needs to go into, this needs to go into, this will be better if you run this as a subdomain. So that means, because you just got this running on dub PS3 Linux, right?
I got, well, yeah, this is what runs PS3 Linux.
Okay. So if we make a separate folder, and then we run that as a subdomain. So you go cdn.ps3 So it's completely separate than your website. Do you get that? It's a completely separate domain. Under your PS3.
Yeah, well, I'd probably have to set that up on my, through my, domain, provider, I guess, right?
Yeah, you just have to set your DNS to go to your home IP. That's the way you've got it now, I guess.
Let's see. Directory index. That's the file. Or under the directory module. Okay, I guess I would add.
No, it doesn't go in there. It goes within the directory structure, like what I've got. So it goes into the reply or granted, and the one above. Not that one. So go up, it's in that above directory, that one, those tabs. That's where all that would go. Yeah, I think that's the one where it would go. But then again, this is different too. So these files will take over your index for your website, just so you know.
Well, as long as it doesn't screw up my my work that I've been
No,
doing.
that's good. Okay, so this is the index. So, because you've got your website where the root is, right? Because the root of your domain is where your website is.
Yeah.
This needs to be on another website per se. You know, you get what I'm talking about? Because at the moment you've just got one single website and everything's off that with subfolders.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is a completely different way of thinking about it.
Huh.
You run your website and then you run another website beside that just for your static content. And that will run as cdn.ps3.project. Do you get what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then these files that I've given you in the config, these become the website where your like your Hugo website, where that becomes the public index. Because this is if you don't have it, you don't have like a website, you don't have like an index page. These just wrap around the Apache index page that you see when you go to your index page. But they're not a subfolder, it's not a subfolder. This is in your index. This is your index.
Huh?
It's just altering your index pages.
Let's see. I do want to turn back on fancy indexing though. Let me.
Yeah. The way you've got input, the way this is set up,
Under
is a
auto
little bit
index.
weird.
Oh, there it is. Index options, fancy indexing. Yeah, I want that.
Yeah. That was coming to that. We need to complete that.
Oh yeah, I don't need that other one anymore.
But have a look at my config, because there's a whole bunch of other stuff in there as well.
So yeah, fancy indexing folders first. HTML table, suppress icons,
Yeah.
suppress description. Oh yeah, I didn't know you could
You
do
can
all.
also, if you take out the suppress / modified, you probably need that.
There's a lot more I gotta learn about how Apache works. Index ignore dev private.
With vhost. Because if you run it under a vhost situation, because you're just editing the default main Apache config file, if you run this under a default, if you run this as a vhost situation, this will allow you to have a secondary or a third or a fourth website running off your server. So if you're not running it within the main Apache config, you're running this as a virtual host.
Well, actually, I think my
So I think you're running your website out of the main Apache config file.
well, I always have been, but when I set up my SSL, I had to set up this file here. And this is a virtual host. Yeah, I got my 443 is a virtual host for me, and 80 is my regular regular
It runs
website.
out of a similar file without all the comments. So, okay, so your SSL is a vhost. Your main website straight out of your Apache config. Okay.
Yeah, that's how Fedora does it. That's how. That's actually this is a Red Hat configuration.
Okay. Yeah. So if you sort out your main 80 website, if you run that in a vhost configuration, that will also will allow you to run a subdomain.
Oh.
You've got it running straight out of your main Apache config file. You separate that into its own vhost file, I think. I would never want to do it. My server's giving it. I generally do this on DBS. But the footer file is usually got 80. Yeah. So what happens is you separate those files, and then you can have like a subdomain.
Let's see. I found the Apache docs. Yeah, I've been meaning to look into these a little bit better recently, especially now that I got a real website. I'm actually gonna let me clean up this directory a little bit. Look at all the fucking backup website directories I had to make every time I fuck something up. Let's see. Well, you know what it was. Hugo kept like acting wonky on me. It kept like loading pages from the cache instead of like reloading them. Like
yeah, it ran fine as soon as I ran it. That's why I was able to just give you those code pieces and straight off.
Like what would happen is I'd do something to screw up one of the pages and it would break Apache, and then I'd change it back and then it would still be broken.
It would break Apache.
Or yeah, or not Apache. Yeah, it would break Hugo. Basically, Hugo would give me an error, and then I'd change it back the way it was, and then I'd still get the error. So, yeah, I had to. When I run Hugo's server now, I have it ignore its cache. So that's been working better.
As soon as I ran it ran straight away. Yeah. So I hope you're starting to understand the files that they're not an index page that you stuck into a subdirectory and make it look all fancy. It's not like it's not a PHP index page, it's not the DOS index. Because then if you go into a subfolder, outside that PHP script, you're back at your boring Apache index, because you're outside that script. Everything that's on the index, if you run an index like a PHP index script, they are out there. They look good, they're nice, but they are entirely run within the index page. That's what they're designed to do. So everything has to be processed and passed through that index page.
Why do I have RPM build on this computer? This is a Gen 2 computer. I must have made that by mistake. Does work? I do that like I always have too many terminals open and I get confused which one is logged into which computer, so I make like weird directories on weird machines sometimes.
I've noticed that. So you understand how I'm trying to sort of separate everything and help you out? So your website, your Hugo website is the website alone, without any of your ISOs, without any of your static content, your heavy static content.
It's only like the stuff that changes, right? It's only the stuff that like gets updated.
Yeah. Well, it's more the stuff that it is too big for the website. Because there's no point having your ISOs and you could just chuck them into a set like a subdomain, and then when they change, they can be changed. But if somebody wants the older ISO, you're not after a while you have what 2, 3 dozen ISOs in there eventually over time.
Well, as far as my my live image is concerned, that's a rolling release. There's the only one that exists is the latest one. I might start.
Yeah, well, that's good. That's so good if you take off that date modifier. But
Yeah, I might start versioning them.
What happens is you're probably going to have older ISOs in there, or older stuff. And what's the point of having that rolled over inside your website? You might as well have that separately. And that means updating your website and maintain your website according to you, because everything's referencing something else. They're not within the same Hugo folder. So backing up your Hugo will be tiny as hell, because you're just backing up the markdown files in Hugo. You're not backing down you're not backing up the markdown files Hugo and all the ISOs you've got contained.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Before I forget, I want to make myself a little helper script that'll take care of updating my site, so that way I don't have to copy everything manually.
Yeah, that's fine.
Let's see here.
But this is where I was thinking. Earlier. Like, if we separate your website from your computer, even, that means the website's always accessible, but you can still host the ISO. So if we, like, for instance, what we could set up is we could even, like, for instance, if we chuck your site onto GitHub Pages, that means it's there. It means you don't have to do anything. It's always going to be accessible.
Yeah, I got pretty good uptime on my desktop machine, but I only reboot it every so often, like after an update or something.
Yeah, but what if your computer? What happens to your computer? Like something happened to your computer. What happens to your
Oh yeah, if that thing shits the bed, I'll be crying.
Yeah, goodbye website.
Yeah, and I don't have good backups either. That's really bad.
Yeah.
I got my whole life is on a 1 terabyte spinning drive.
Okay. Back when I got started with Linux, we're talking like Ubuntu 14 back in the day and all that. Well, I mean, way back in the day. And I had a little Hewlett Packard thin client. And I ran it off a flash drive and an external 1 terabyte little hard drive.
Yeah.
Laptop hard drive. And I had the entire thing running off Debian. I don't know how I managed to run it off Debian with 256 meg RAM. But I ran it off Debian running 256 meg RAM. And yeah, that's what I had. It was absolutely insane. I knew nothing. I only just managed to get Sandwich together. But I started out with DOS when I was younger.
Oh yeah. My first computer used DOS. Yeah.
I'm quite familiar living with Linux.
Yeah, I don't mind the command line. That's where I learned x86 assembly. I used an old x86 compiler called A86 back in the day. It was like the only freely available compiler that there was for assembler. And
Man, I just learned to be basic.
oh yeah.
Yeah. Everything I did was up basic files.
I remember BASIC. Yeah. BASIC, you had to number all the lines and everything.
Yeah. Bigfoot loops. It was rather quite insane what you could do with basic.
Yeah, people made like games in BASIC and everything.
Oh yeah, really complex programs, like relatively complex programs. But I didn't have the full basic files, so I couldn't render them out. I couldn't process them out as exe files or game files. They were just stuck as basic files. It was rather quite insane. But yeah, I got started on a 286 12 megahertz running across 6.22. It had a Winchester with the connection before IDE.
Oh, really? I only remember the IDEs.
Yeah, I had a Winchester Connor.
Huh.
Winchester connection Connor 20 hard drive. Running Windows 3.1 in real mode because it was 286. It didn't have 386, so
Yeah.
you couldn't get the 386 enhanced mode. It was a 286. And it had 1 meg. It had a 1 meg ISA expansion card installed.
Really?
Which for a 286 is kind of like in comparison to having a modern computer with 128 gig RAM.
Jesus.
Yeah. Like it was a massive amount of memory.
Well, yeah, back in the day. Yeah, back then, I mean, you were lucky to have like 4 megabytes or like 8 megabytes.
On the newer computers, anything 386 up, yeah, 4 meg, you could easily get to 2 meg, 4 meg, 6 meg, 8 meg. But anything, especially when you get up to the 486 stuff, I worked on a computer and without actually installing the hard drive on it. And it was a 486 and it had a really expensive motherboard, really expensive RAM. And that was sitting at about, just sitting at like 12 months. Like a stupid amount of it.
Yeah. 404 Avatar, a JPG.
I'd never worked on any other computer in my life that was 486 that had any like 12.
I remember I upgraded my first computer. It was a 486 25 megahertz. I upgraded from 4 megs to 8 megs, and it was like blazing fast all of a sudden. It was amazing, the difference that it made. I ran Windows 3.11 on there.
Yep. I pulled in a lot of the 311 files with the 3.1 installation that I ran on that 286. A lot of it works.
Yeah.
The file manager was a lot better between 3.1 and 3.2.
Oh yeah. I don't remember the older one. Got extra index. Index. Let's see. Pics that can go. Posts.
I hope you understand what I'm trying to help you.
Well, yeah. I'm most interested in just keeping everything local. You know,
Yeah, if you want to keep Hugo
I like being an admin. It's kind of like
having a site posted or get a page is more of a bonus. You don't want to do it.
yeah, it's like an ego thing for me. But
I know I've been there, dude. Right? I know having I like having a site open.
I should be running my own I should be running my site on one of the virtual, like I should have it split up into like 2 virtuals or whatever. I gotta vhost. Yeah, I gotta study up a little bit more about Apache configuration.
Yeah.
Tag.
Do that. I implore you, do that, because that is going to make life 2 times easier. That means you can have PS3 Linux at the end, like the www version, on one vhost, and then you can have like a subdomain CDN, for instance, beside that, and then that will be in a completely separate folder to your Hugo installation. That means whatever you do in your Hugo installation isn't going to affect that other folder. It means you can just push your ISO onto there, and you can copy your ISO to the folder, and then it will have that nice fancy indexing,
Yeah.
and it can look, you can have it look as, you can have it the same color scheme as your main website if you so choose. You can
Actually, yeah,
alter the
that'd be
design
that'd be really fancy.
yeah,
Get the same color
that's the
scheme
kind
as
of-
because I really like the color scheme of that M10C theme that I use.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes the font is a little bit kind of blends into the background, but you know, I can make it pop a little bit more.
We can change the font. I can change the font. I'll have a look at. I'll have because it's not that much of the files of this given that you gave me earlier. So I'll have a look at the files and I'll edit the CSS and send you a file.
Yeah. I don't know, maybe it's just my screen. Like, oftentimes I find that the main text is just a little bit hard to read. You know what I mean? So that's something I've been meaning to look into.
I'll have a look at the CSS.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Linux. I'll probably run. You like Hurricane?
Well, I like terminal fonts. I like sans serifs. I don't like anything with serifs on it.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's not a serif font.
like monospace.
Okay.
Monospace is the best.
The font that you've got on terminal right now, that's a sans font, right?
Yeah, this is Terminus.
Yeah. A serif font is like Times New Roman.
Yeah, I don't like that one. It's ugly to me.
No, I'm not a big fan of it. But they have different applications. You don't know much about typography, obviously.
No, I never really
So-
studied it.
Yeah, well, I get into a whole bunch of design and typography.
Really?
Yeah, I quite like. I love typography.
Oh.
My side hobby, like. It's that little niche little thing. I like learning about things. It's not something I do day to day, but I like learning about typography. Because
Do you like calligraphy? You know,
Not to that extent.
like fancy Japanese calligraphy is really pretty.
Yeah. Well, that's a completely different art form.
Yeah, it's definitely like art.
Calligraphy, how you, because, okay, so the letters that we see on the screen, we understand as language, right? We don't see that as an actual art.
Not usually, no.
Yeah, but in Japanese, how, in their culture, they do things really differently. Like, how something is done affects the output of how it's interpreted.
Oh, really? Like it changes like the way that you read it.
Yeah. Like, Japanese, look,
Well, I know that their poetry is much different than ours. It's very
their language is much different than ours.
Is it really? Yeah, I'd imagine.
Yeah, well, they do. What is it? From what I understand, in Japan and Japanese, like, we tell someone to go exit stuff. Right? They don't. What is it? They don't do that. They simply like directly translated to English. From my understanding, it is. There's like, you sir shall go into a room and have sex with yourself.
Oh yeah. So you ever listen to the bad translations from like Chinese and Japanese and like pretty much all the Asian languages? They're very hard to translate. It's not like a one-to-one translation. We have much different idioms.
She does like all the tattoos and all the weird signs.
The only weird language tattoo I have is I got moksha, which is in Sanskrit on the back of my neck. It's Indian, supposed to mean liberation. I got it from a Aldous Huxley book called Island, all about magic mushrooms. It was this island population that like they all like hallucinated on mushrooms, and they had like this perfect society. It's a really cool book. I was into psychedelic shit back in the day. See if my little script does what it's supposed to.
Yeah, so I'll edit the text. So yeah, Sandfox usually better. Sandfox are usually better. You don't need to run it as pseudo.
Because I just deleted everything off my website. Well, everything except for what I
Yeah,
had.
but isn't that directory owned by you?
No, my website is owned by Root. I left these 3 directories here: PS3 files, PS3 repos, and my other repos. Those I can't replace. So now, if I run the rest of the script,
Yeah, you need to do more reading up about. No. So you're running Apache as root?
yeah, Root. Well, Root owns all the
You're running Apache
website
as root?
files. Well, it's run as the Apache user,
Oh, good.
but the website files are all owned by Root.
Oh, okay. I was just like freaking out a bit there, like, oh my god.
No, I'm using the standard default config basically that ships with Fedora. So I'm basically running a Red Hat server default everything. All right, now
We'll make the website far easier.
the rest of my script should have uploaded my site. So if I reload it again, everything should be in the right place. Very good. All right, my script works. It does what it needs to. All right, shit, I got done more than I thought I would by this point in the day. So I'm gonna take a little break now. I'm gonna take a little go stretch my legs and maybe get a drink or something. Give me a few minutes. I'll be back. Oh, here, I'll play a song. Play one of my favorite Cubanate song. There it is.
ISO is not human. Are you a beginner at Linux or are you KCOS is really good. I've got that one on a older 880. I didn't quote gaming thing. It's just enough to learn, but it wasn't very good. So I'm still taking it with me. KCOS pulls a massive amount of code from him himself. Just so sort of drop long. We're done. And they pulled in a lot of the optimization, a lot of the performance I do believe all that code together. Digging is good. It's more of a beginner. If you want more of a gaming experience, you're just going to get desktop experience and not a gaming style. Or everyone. It's quite nice. I want to give you the service. Like actually give you the service. I'll be looking at the configuration that model it is. I have no idea how he put it. I have no idea. I don't even know how he put it. Yes, because an Ethernet port is a fixed size, and most of them don't need it because wireless is so prevalent. So therefore, it's just extra expense that no one needs. But do you know what people can get? A USB to Ethernet adapter, which is supported on like everything. And you can even get them in Type-C. I've got a Type-C one for my Dell laptop. And you know how many times I've needed it? None. And I've had my laptop since like August, and I've never needed an Ethernet adapter. I've just got the adapter just for the hell of it.
Alrighty.
You're a bit biased. I think you're meaning not based. Although you starting on Debian years ago would also make you based. Means you've got years of experience on Debian, which is all perfectly good. Like that's great. I started out running Debian on a thin client, and I still run Debian on my server now. I was just explaining that earlier. I had Debian running off a flash drive with an external hard drive for the data, which I managed to mount up, and it was a T540 thin client. Absolutely insane. Yeah. Well, Debian is really easy. Out of all of them, Debian is really easy. I tried running Fedora on my server. I just couldn't. I just couldn't do anything. I couldn't configure it. It was just an absolute nightmare for me. But I did try Fedora Server. Yes, like I love it as a desktop operating system. Once you disable the firewall, because I found that really annoying. Like I don't need a firewall on my laptop. I have a firewall on my router. I don't need like a firewall. I don't know. I didn't need that. So I was like, goodbye firewall. Ubuntu has a lot of load. Yeah, I started out on a desktop environment. I ran Ubuntu. That's how I got into the desktop side. Um, Running using the Ubuntu CDs that they used to ship out to everybody for free, and I'll give them out to people and friends and everything. Oh yeah, yeah. I've actually had that from a customer. They pulled back on that from what I believe. That was Unity, I think. They don't have that now. Unity had that, and they're not running Unity anymore. Unity is Unity. The Unity DE still exists, but yeah, that was under Unity. They don't have that. They don't have ads in the desktop now. As far as I understand, it's because they're running GNOME 3. They don't run Unity anymore, and it's just GNOME 3 set up to look like Unity, what they had before. Yeah, well, they're a business. They're a lot like Red Hat. It's like you there's Fedora, but if you want Red Hat, you've got to pay for the subscription. They want you to pay for the subscription because that's their business model. So, yeah, can I call it a business? It's modeled in the same way as Red Hat. Hey, give us a lot of money and we'll give you full and comprehensive support. With Red Hat, if you had a problem because you were running it on a server and there was an issue with let's say a network card driver, right? You needed to run a network card driver or a RAID card driver, and there wasn't one for Linux. Red Hat would, because you've paid Red Hat a butt ton of money. Red Hat will put time in for the developers to develop that Red Hat for that Red Hat driver and make that work. That now that card now has a driver, and then they'll send that upstream so everybody else can use it. That was the point of Red Hat. Yes, professional, full paid support, and not to mention they run it. It's mostly geared towards like engineering, like really like software professionals, engineering workshops, full professional corporate environments. Like international. Well, they've got like thousands of computers and they're all being deployed. That's where they're geared towards. They don't make much money off thing, but because of how Linux is set up, they use Fedora as a test bed, and then once all those features, that's why Fedora is really like blazing up there with all the updates and all the advancements. All they get all the bugs and everything gets tested out in Fedora, and then it goes up. Then it gets brought up into RHE, and then they get the more refined, stable, always the perfect version. No, actually, no. Linux 12 did not make the whole point of Linux was not to get away from Microsoft. Microsoft for Linux 12 wasn't even the picture. Linux predates Microsoft entirely. Like Linux is older than Microsoft. It's older than just about everything, really. Linux 12 developed the Linux kernel because AT&T owned the had a licensing system for Unix, and you had to pay for Unix off AT&T, and he didn't want to pay for Unix off AT&T, so he developed and he wasn't calling it Linux back then. Someone else called it Linux, and he's sort of like, all right, fine, I'll call it Linux, but he was calling it Minix. So what he did was he made a Unix-like kernel. Yeah. So no, AT&T owned it. The U.S. military did use it, but it was not. It didn't. Yeah, it wasn't started with the military uses. It has no. It wasn't. No, it didn't have its originations from DARPA. The whole DARPA thing, like internet, came from DARPA. Like the origins of what we call of the internet now today came from DARPA, but Unix predates like the internet and networking really. But Linus Torvalds, he developed a Unix-like operating system, so it's designed like not so much a kernel, and then RMS Richard Stallman, he found the kernel, he saw the kernel being developed, and then he packaged that up with other free software that Unix also used in their operating system, right? Because it was part of the whole licensing. Uh, no, yeah, the internet was a part of the military before they gave it to the people. It was developed by DARPA, the Defense Administration Research and yeah, the basically the military R&D, DARPA. They developed it, and then it developed, and they need it. And what's the point of having something if it's just restricted thing? The point of the internet was everybody could have access to the internet. And then you've got Sir Tim Berners-Lee. He developed what we understand of the internet with websites. He developed all that. But the fundamental networking principle of what the internet is, that came from DARPA. But Linux was, I assure you, 100%, Linux was not developed as a response to Microsoft. Not by any means. It was developed as a response to Unix that was owned by AT&T. Mm-hmm. And then it was made popular because RMS packaged that into an operating system that people could download and use. And that was picked up and used by people that did use Unix and were like Silicon Graphene. Oh, okay, well, reasonably. It wasn't a massive market back then. But as I was telling to some dude on YouTube comments the other day, just last night, because there's a channel on YouTube called Tech Point, and yeah, there's a lot of people that don't really understand history. In fact, don't understand laws, and they're American, and it's kind of insane. No, Microsoft, no. I assure you, Apple almost did. That had nothing to do with Microsoft. Microsoft wasn't running monopoly back then. The landscape back then, you had PCs and you had Apple. Like you picked either one of the two. I mean, the monopoly, it was like buying a diesel or a petrol car. Diesels are popular, but there's no monopoly when it comes to diesel engines. It's just you pick the vehicle that you want, and a lot of people were buying were buying PCs because they were the popular platform. But Apple almost being wiped out, going bankrupt, is mostly because of the board. They got rid of Steve Jobs, and they didn't innovate. They did very little innovation, and they just brought out iterations of the same product. And eventually, no one brought them. The platform stagnated. No, a lot of the laws are not hard to understand. One of the comments I read like that I got this morning was regarding like the vaccines, and he tried to say that the limitations of like for example, we're talking about HIPAA, the medical privacy laws. I'm not even American. I understand HIPAA better than this American.
I'm about to fart. Whoa.
Oh, hey, real. So this person on the YouTube comment was basically claiming that the HIPAA was the laws around HIPAA are limited because he experienced that because he had to tell his employer if he was vaccinated when it came to business. Like he was telling businesses, and they demanded to know if he was vaccinated. I was like, but that's not a violation of HIPAA. Your doctor isn't telling anyone your medical information. HIPAA is to stop other people within the medical field giving your private medical information to other people. And it also dictates how it must be secured as well and destroyed if they had medical information on computers. So you're not getting an X server or an X desktop from a hospital with all of your private medical information ending up in the like Facebook Marketplace as an old PC for someone to use at home. Because that did happen. There were places before HIPAA came around that they would sell on all their old computers, and people would just give them a basic format, and it wouldn't take much for people to recover all that data, and they got a lot of private medical information, and which they abused, all because they just did a basic format of a hard drive. They didn't remove the hard drive and put a new one in. They just did the absolute bare minimum of a format. Yeah. And this is where HIPAA comes in. And like, I can't walk into a hospital and be like, hey, my mate, I'm Network Master's mate. Can I have his medical information? I heard he's got a virus. He's scratching down there. Can you tell me a bit more about that? HIPAA's like, no, unless you're like married to the guy, I'm not going to tell you squat. Unless and then if he's under 18, you have to be a parent. But nobody could just walk in and be like, hey, can I find out this information? And they'll be like, sure, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you, no problem. HIPAA is made for that. Like, it's medical privacy laws. But he tried to say that the limitations of HIPAA, he had to tell his employer if he was vaccinated or not, kind of defeating the point of what HIPAA is, because he doesn't understand that if you tell your employer, HIPAA's got nothing to do with that. You're telling the employer, not your doctor, not anyone in the medical field. Yeah. From other people. But if you tell someone your medical information, that's got nothing to do with HIPAA. Well, a lot of places, like I work as a security guard, I have to be vaccinated, and I have to tell my employer with my vaccination status, because I don't always know where I will be placed, because I'll be placed in one business or another location, and the point of the vaccination is to make sure that I'm safe in every place that I'm going into. It means I'm not being a carrier, and I could potentially infect someone who's more vulnerable medically and put their life at risk. But my employer can't go to my doctor and be like, hey, is he vaccinated? My doctor, within America. No, not so much, because the fines. A lot of people no, because if you tell your employer your vaccination status, that's perfectly legal, right? At the end of that is legal. You telling your employer, and your employer says, "Hey, I want to know." Yeah, yeah, I want to know your vaccination status, and be like, "I'm not going to tell you." And your employer's like, "Well, I won't hire you." That's entirely up to your employer. All right. Yeah, it's not worth it. It's better to be vaccinated. Yeah, but the HIPAA laws are to protect your employer, your medical information. So your employer's like, "Hey, I've got this employee. Is he vaccinated?" And the doctor's like, "Yeah, sure. Let me just give you all his medical information. And he's also got a virus, and he's also got an anal wart." And your employer's like, "Oh, okay, yeah, it is." But then again, um, parents just don't understand. There was a case many, many years ago. These were parents that were afraid of the risks because they were educated and they were hip and they were cool before it was hip and cool. We're talking 40 fucking years ago. 40, well over that. Well over 40 years ago, something like that. So they were hip and cool. They were way ahead of the game. They were, from the story I believe, they actually, so what happened is their son got sick. He got very sick. He almost died. He now needs a nurse. He now needs full-time care. He will never live independently by himself. And he managed to get his parents, both of them, charged with historical child neglect and medical, what is it? Yeah, child neglect, basically. And they took him to the lawyer. Like his parents drove him to the lawyer. They paid for the lawyer. So they paid for their adult son to charge with them with child neglect. They never went to prison, but it was more of them accepting responsibility for what they did to their son. because and they were what is it? They've completely changed their tune. Like from what I understand, like they both because of what happened to their son, they are full. You need to be vaccinated, and you need your vaccines, and this and that. They were they changed their tune because they realized they ruined their son's life. They were meant to protect their son. They almost killed him, and he will never have the life that he could have had if he was vaccinated. But they did this before it was cool, and their own son got them charged, and he lives with them. His parents are his main private caregivers. If he moves out, he will need a nurse. He will need someone living with him in order to wipe his ass. Yeah. Uh, you will find the increase of that will be down to the increase of mistrust of doctors and mistrust of medical science will be on the increase of people accepting people's personal beliefs within the education system. I don't want to know. I don't want you teaching my son this. This is the thing. It's like, but we're teaching him science. This offends me, and because the schools don't want to offend the parents, because people are just people are not more snowflakes, and people are willing to placate to other people in order to not offend other people, which is why you find there's a big debate within like God within schools and all that sort of stuff. Jesus within schools. Schools should be like 50 years ago, everybody got a science degree. Everybody was into sciences. Now, sciences is not a massive thing. And you see it now, you can see it online. People are more willing to, oh, I've got an arts degree, I've got this and got that. It's not about science anymore. It's about, in these few schools that are willing to like tell the parents to piss off, basically. We don't care if this offends you. This is the education system. If you don't like it, go away. Like, what was it? I think it was Stanford University, I think. Or I think it might have been Stanford. They basically had an open letter to anybody who went to their school, thinking if you think this is a safe space, don't enroll. Yeah. Like there is going to be a massive issue in the next coming generations with people um absolutely just making a stand. You see that now with the Trump administration. People have been pandering, and people are just getting sick of it. And that's why people voted for Trump, because they're sick of all the pandering. Oh, I can't do this, or I can't say this because it may offend someone else. Which is why America now has an administration where you can say what you goddamn well want. If it offends someone else, doesn't matter. Free speech. You're not putting a knife to someone's throat. You're just saying some words. Yes, the American education system, compared to what it used to be 50 years ago, is night and day. Incredibly messed up. Education should be about education. It should not be about placating to some child's. Oh, I don't feel safe here. But this is a result by a lot of parents who like, oh, let's get all these kids who got participation awards. They think, oh, I got an award because I participated, and that's the most important thing. No, there's a reason why you have a race. A winner wins the race. It doesn't mean that you're less or the winner is better than you. It just means they won the race. They won first place, and then you got second and third. You came last. You came last. It's not the end of the world. But you're giving you now. There's a whole generation of parents like, oh, it's okay. You participated, and they're hyping up all these children, and they think, oh my god, it's so good. And then you've got like all the religious, or not so much the religious, it's all the racial tension. Like black people should be put on a pedestal because they're black. Like cultural appropriation. Like, you can't do this because it's cultural appropriation, and be like, the black person has no issue with it. And a whole bunch of other black people have no issue with it. Just you, who's white, have an issue with it. You see that a lot you see that on YouTube all the freaking time. It's been made fun of in movies. I know that. What's the movie? Which I think is rather quite funny. It points it out rather quite well. American Fiction. There's a scene on that where they're talking about American history, Black American history specifically, and the teacher, the class teacher, this is college, like university level, tertiary level, and he's like, this woman's in this white girl's sitting in the seat. There's clips of it on YouTube. And she's like, that word offends me. That's not right. And he turns around and is like, oh, no, I'm pretty sure it's got 2 G's in it. He's like, but that offends me. He's like, I'm not offended by it. If we're talking about it in the context of history, it's all good. We're all adults here. I'm pretty sure we can move on and do the class. Because you did sign up for American history, and this is part of American history. And then she just doubled down. And then it cuts off to her walking out in tears of the classroom. And then he's yelling like if anybody else has an issue with the content of the class or something like that. It's hilarious. Because it's the white girl that's offended, but the black teacher who's teaching the class of American history doesn't have an issue with it. Didn't you do this earlier on, Model? I'm pretty sure I've seen you do this earlier on another file.
I'm just playing with a spec file here for RPM building. I got a build going on here, but it was a really simple, spec file. I'm trying to make it. I'm breaking it up into packages now, and if this build finishes, basically it's not going to package any of the files. It's just going to give me a whole long list of non-packaged files. That's what I'm doing this build to get that list, and then I'm going to sort them into separate packages. And these are the different packages. Oh, yeah. libelsan, that's some kind of sanitizer. I got a address sanitizer.
Yeah.
These are all different. Oh, whoopsie daisy, that's the wrong one. There we go. Yeah, I'm copying the package names from the original and the descriptions from the original spec file. Yeah, and then after this build, it's gonna install the files into a subdirectory instead of to the system, and I'm gonna package them from there and then rebuild. Well, I've been fighting with this RPM infrastructure for a little while now. It's a major pain in the ass.
Yeah.
Say lib ubisoft static. Ubisoft static. Got that.
Yeah, I love coding too. As long as you have some certain dividing rules with your code, it doesn't get crazy. You got to understand the code though. Keep things in order.
Oh yeah. Well, the original spec file for like I work with spec files a lot, so I'm pretty good at their syntax and everything. But the original one from Fedora is so complicated; it's almost unreadable.
Well, they say it's been minimized on a single line, wrapped around 5,000 lines.
Well, it has to define like how to build for every different kind of architecture in this one file. So it makes it
that's insane.
It makes it really complicated. So I'm stripping out since I'm only building this for the PS3 and for my own PS3 distro. I set the exclusive arch to PowerPC, and that's the only architecture that I'm going to concentrate on. So it'll simplify the file and the logic a lot. LSAN description 3. Static. There's so many sub packages for this one. Well, GCC is huge.
Yeah, well, it is a compiler, so
It's I'm actually building the whole suite of them. I'm building the C, C++, Fortran, ADA, Objective C.
why Fortran?
Yeah.
Why?
I'm trying to match Fedora's build because I want to do like a 1-to-1 replacement. So I gotta be able also
Okay.
replace all their sub compilers.
I was just thinking, you wouldn't have much need for Fortran within a niche product like the PS3, Linux on the PS3.
Well, believe it or not, there's actually Fortran code in the Cell CPU's SDK. It actually,
Really?
yeah, and it ships a Fortran compiler as well for the Cell.
Whoa,
Yeah, it's
that's
crazy.
insane.
Yeah, I never used it, but
Especially how-
I don't know anything about Fortran.
No, if you do want to learn more about Fortran, I'm pretty sure there's a retirement home somewhere around you.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's ancient. That's like learning COBOL.
Yeah. Do you know Veronica Explains?
I don't think so.
Really? You don't know she's another Linux. She's a Linux YouTuber.
Oh, Veronica. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. She was
Veronica
on my
Explains,
YouTube earlier today.
Oh, she's released a video.
Yeah,
Oh,
she had put out a new video like a few hours ago. Yeah,
oh,
she's
sweet. I'll have a watch of that.
yeah, she's pretty cool.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure she does a lot of Fortran code
Really?
because she is yeah, I think she's a retro maintainer for like industrial machines.
Oh, really? Yeah, that makes sense. Oh,
Yeah, because you've still got like
I bet she makes
still
a
got
good.
like industrial equipment running old like freaking old computers
Yeah,
and system controllers.
yeah,
And they've
the
been
old
designed
like
back in the
CNC
19
like controlled milling machines and things like that. I'm sure they all got really
Yeah.
old code.
Yeah. So I think that's where and there's a whole bunch of code within like the government, like in the utility systems within the government that still runs Fortran. I think that's where she does a lot of her code. A lot of her work.
But she makes a good amount. If that's a really niche skill.
Oh yeah.
It's not too many people know about those older coding languages.
Not many women in her age in her age bracket. I think she's only just a little bit older than I am.
Yeah, she's not that old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and I don't even know I've never encountered Fortran. Like Fortran is before me.
Yeah.
So she's just a bit older than me. She'd be on like the edge. She'd be looking at like the 286 era. Like I was. Like I got started. No, I got started really early. So she's only just probably at least 5 years older than me. So she would be definitely right in the 286 era. With the C64s and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's a little bit before
Yeah.
my time too. I was a 486 kid.
Yeah, they were a good platform. But yeah, even then, should be making bank out of that.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Yeah. Because on top of that, she needs the money to give the hours in order to have the time for her family. And then she's on top of that, she's a YouTuber, and then she does all of her music stuff as well. So
Oh, she does music too? Wow. Huh.
no, I'm a Kiwi. I live in New Zealand. We are a British colony though.
Kiwi.
Yes. You are right. There have been videos coming out recently of people being arrested because of what they said online, because it may or might have or it could offend someone, and they're actually being arrested for that.
Oh, that's weird.
I think Bearing has done a video about it, or Sugar Tits. I think it might be Bearing. She did a video. I think it could be Sugar Tits. I'm pretty sure Sugar Tits has done a video about it. Just really, they're a married. They're married. Bearing and Sugar Tits are a married couple.
Huh.
But that's why they're editing. That's why the videos are like nearly identical, because Bearing does all the editing. Mega upload to Kim.com. I have met him.
Oh, hey, what's up, Monkey Gameplay? What's going on?
Hey, monkey. I have met Kim.com. Met him personally.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. He joined up with a political party because he wanted the internet in New Zealand to be like better. So, yeah, I've got a photo of it. Yeah, I've got a photo of. I think it's on my Flickr. I think that's on my Flickr of me meeting Kim.com. No, not on my Flickr. Not sitting there. No, I don't think I have it on my Flickr. But yeah, I've got a photo of me meeting Kim.com. I need to try and recover that Flickr account. Yeah, well, the Americans. Well, it's more of a failure of the New Zealand police, because the FBI turned up in New Zealand. Simply put, the FBI turned up in New Zealand, told the New Zealand police that Kim.com was a big international criminal, and they were like, "Oh, really? Okay, we'll do like a full police raid off police and helicopters and armed raids and all that stuff, like as if he was like an international drug criminal." Um, so they did a full raid, and they tried to say that they had a gun with him, and he was inside of his safe room. Like, yeah, because he's like a multi-millionaire. Like, he's got a safe room. Like, he's not stupid. He's got a family to protect. Because people might want to, come and force him to give them his money and all that. And what happened was they did a full police raid, and they basically ruined his life, and I think he's still fighting extradition to the US, which is not exactly what extradition is for. Extradition is for when you leave a country and you're being pushed back to that country. It's not when you've never set foot in that country at all, ever in your entire life, and probably never flew over the country, as far as you may have known. And that is what is it? And then you get sent back. You get sent to that country for whatever crime, because you committed a crime in that country, but you weren't in that country. It's like saying I murdered you. I should be extradited to America because I murdered Network. Like, but I wasn't in America. I've never been to America and murdered Network. No, but you committed a crime. Like, what? It's kind of stupid. I'm embarrassed about it, really, as a Kiwi. It's really embarrassing. We ruined his marriage. Don't think so. No. One of the things he did do, so with NegroUpload.com, it was really awkward it was really awkward because a lot of the music artists used Mega Upload, and here's the MPAA and the music industry, the RAA, saying that Mega Upload was contributed to all this music and movie piracy, and yet artists were using Mega Upload, and they did like full promos and adverts for Mega Upload. It was a little bit awkward for them. And then on top of that, they found out that a government website, like government branches of the government, were using Mega Upload to transfer files to other people. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, it was kind of, yeah, stupid. Like, if they walked into a courtroom and tried to say that Kim.com was a child porn kingpin, the judge would have laughed at them. No, it's they went into a judge, so they had to for this to go through. The FBI had to get a judge. They had to go to a judge and say, "Hey, he's a big movie pirate, and he's committed all these crimes, and we need to go after him." But if they walked into, they found a massive amount of CP on Mega Upload. It's sick. But they found a massive amount of when they processed all the Mega Upload servers, they did find a substantial amount of CP. It's not something that he would have hosted or intentionally hosted or known that he'd hosted, but they did find a large amount of a substantial amount. Well, they said a substantial amount of CP. It wasn't like a couple of minor files. But if they walked into if the FBI walked into walked into the courtroom saying, "Hey, he's a he's a child porn kingpin, just giving all this child porn," the judge would have looked at them like, "Hey, go away." No, but because the movie industry is such a massive player in the American market, in the American scene, oh, he's downloading movies. No, he's contributing to all this. No, we must go after him. So that's how they were able to go after him. And then the New Zealand police were just idiots. And our Prime Minister at the point of time was very pro-America. Extremely pro-America. Oh, yeah, we'll do anything you want us to do. Even if it doesn't make sense. Oh, God. Fly away. Go away. I'm a Kiwi. It's my accent how that word comes out. It's not the word that I'm saying. You're an American. Go to China. Ask for a can of Coke. And look at the Chinese people and like, oh my God, did you just say that? Like, no, I'm asking for a drink. No. So what happened was there was a function of Mega Upload that he gave the movie industry. He gave the movie industry an access portal to basically go and delete anything they wanted. It doesn't anything. It wouldn't have to be a movie. If they wanted to delete your document file that you uploaded, they like, oh, we'll just get rid of the thing. They could delete anything they goddamn well wanted. If it was a movie or not, if a movie wasn't in the list, oh well, who cares? You just re-upload it. But they had access to delete whatever they wanted without restriction. So they could be, oh, here's a movie, here's the new Marvels movie. We'll go and delete that, and they could delete it. And goodbye, that link is now goodbye. And he set them up. He did an interview and he explained how he gave them a full access portal, and he gave them full delete access, completely unrestricted to all of Mega Upload. So if there were any movies that came up, they didn't need to wait to get rid of the link. They could just go into the access portal and hit delete. Right? They didn't have any confirmation from anyone else at Mega Upload. They could go in and delete any file. Any file. It was intended for movies. All music files. They could delete any content, any restricted content that they want to in order to comply with the DMCA. So they had this, and yet they still went after him. It wasn't so much that he was Mega Upload, it's who he was, it's what he represented. He was the big baddie. They wanted him, and at the end, it's become more of a. They need to save face. They need him in America. They want him. Yeah, it is messed up. They at the point now, it's gotten to the point where, like, the FBI came to New Zealand. This is what's messed up. So there was a court order stating that no evidence that was held in New Zealand could be removed from New Zealand. So any of the hard drives that were here in New Zealand could not be removed from New Zealand because it was in New Zealand, right? Do you know what the FBI did? They bought more hard drives and copied all those hard drives onto different hard drives, and then took those hard drives that they owned with all the files from the hard drives that they seized from Kim.com, and then took those to America. And that was in violation of court order, New Zealand court order. So hence law. And they did that. And there wasn't anything our courts to do to stop them because it was done. They found out after the fact. They didn't know it. They didn't know the FBI wouldn't do that. They had, who's going to do that? And they had no idea. And then the FBI now have copies of his hard drive. Yeah, insane. Yeah, like now it's to the point where the American government would have egg on its face if they don't get him in America and convicted. Because once he goes to America and he gets things, the concept of a free trial with him, yeah, it is, yeah, very illegal. Very illegal. Like, if I go to America and a court has declared that I can't take that document out of America because a judge has signed an order saying that I can't tell that doctor to take that document back to New Zealand with me, doesn't mean I can't. It doesn't mean I'm allowed to take it to a photocopier and create a copy, and then take that copy home with me, or take photos of it and then take that photocopy home with me. It's not that, It's. I don't think he will, but we have ruined. Like, they've ruined his marriage. They've ruined his life. Um. Yeah. Like, it is really sad what we've done to him. It's really embarrassing. Mm, no, it's not so much mistakes, because mistakes within a legal setting could mean the case could be thrown out of court. It's just the FBI has done something that hasn't compromised the case in New Zealand. They've just broken the rules in a way where it doesn't compromise the case. So if they took the original hard drives that were seized by the police here in New Zealand, if they took those originals back and didn't leave any and never left a copy, that could compromise the case. Them making a copy didn't compromise the case because they just made a copy. They haven't altered anything. They just made a duplicate and then took it out, even though the court said that nothing was meant to be removed from New Zealand. They just skirted the rules and a court order. And at the end of the day, it's the FBI and the New Zealand court. They have no. What's the court going to do? Well, they're in America. Our court has no jurisdiction over there. So. I don't know if they were encrypted or not. It all depends. I don't know what the setup was. I just know there was hard drives that were copied, and the FBI took them back home. But even then, if they were encrypted and you've copied the server, not so much break encryption. If you've copied the server, where do you think that encryption key is held? On the server. Because the server has to unlock the encryption in order to decrypt the hard drives. You get what I mean? It's not a concept. It's not. No one's going to be having a server, a massive server like Mega Upload, and have it encrypted to the point where every time you reboot the server, you have to type in a password every day. Like, it's not going to work that way. It's not like a true crypt, where every time you open something, you need to type in a password. Breaking encryption is not it's not like what you understand in the movies. Like, nowhere near of it. Like, you've seen it like on TV shows. Oh, we've got this encrypted hard drive. I'll just plug it into here, and yay, we've now decrypted the hard drive. Okay, some encryptions they have a backdoor. That's more Apple. That is more defeating the phone security. If you take the chip out, like if you take the chip out, and let's say for example the iPhone, right? Because that's generally where the topic of discussion is. You take if you've got a broken iPhone, and they do this in iPhone repairs. If you go to iPad Rehab, there's a channel. What they do is they take the T2 the encryption, the T2 chip, and then they take the SD the storage chip, right? The NAND chip off the board, and then put that onto another identical phone board, and they just replace those two chips, they now have access to the phone. Because the encryption key is on that T2 chip, and that's the decryption key for the NAND chip, for where the storage is. So they can now decrypt the phone. Even though it was now unrecoverable on it, yeah, they can bypass that because it's the phone that decrypts the storage. I can't just take the chip off and put it onto another phone without copying it, without extracting and migrating that other chip, and just like, hey, I want to decrypt all this thing because the keys are different between the two phones. Yeah. No, it's like stating that you lock your door and someone broke a window, and that's messed up because they were able to break into your house because they broke a window. Android works somewhat differently. They've got similar stuff, but it doesn't have encryption down to that level. But at the end of the day, if you can bypass something, and that's what they do, right? Because under American law, they cannot compel you to give your passkey over. But what they can do is compel you to put your fingerprint on the reader. They've now bypassed the reader. They've bypassed the encryption, and they can now unsecure the phone. But there are perfectly, like, there was an issue, like, the other day. I was talking about this in that YouTube I said earlier on. There is a situation where Microsoft just recently gave the BitLocker keys to the FBI because this guy had his hard drive encrypted, and he had his BitLocker keys backed up on Microsoft, on the cloud servers with Microsoft. And the FBI gave Microsoft a court order stating that they have to hand over the keys. And people in these YouTube sayings like, oh no, because Microsoft violated user privacy, they should if around and find out. And that's why, because people are saying all these over extravagant stories about how Microsoft is violating user privacy. It's like, but they're not understanding. Yeah, it has its uses, but yeah, it is kind of annoying. How it's been applied is annoying. It has its uses though. I do have that with clients that's set up and it's great. And it has saved their ass a couple of times. But what happens is Microsoft is an American company, and under American law, if they have data, irregardless if the user put it there or knows it was put there, but if Microsoft has data, regardless of what it is, Microsoft has a court order from the court that's been given them by the FBI. They are compelled by U.S. law, because they're an American company, to hand over that data. That's all they did. They complied with U.S. law. They didn't be like, hey, would you like his entire OneDrive while you're at it? Because they complied with the court order. Nothing more, nothing less. No. Microsoft, no. If I take it, like, since the 90s, if I took your Windows XP hard drive, if I took your hard drive out of your laptop, right? Even though you've got even though you may have a password on your Windows account, I can now then put that inside another computer, and I've got access to all your files. Microsoft has not been providing, they're not in bed with the government. They are a corporation. They may have collaborations with the government on projects. They may have collaborations with the FBI. They're a company. They aren't some dude who's in the back room hooking up the FBI and hooking up the government with their data. The government cannot access your data without justification. I'm pretty sure. I'm not even American, and you are. Unreasonable. You are protected from unreasonable search and seizure. Yes, I know. I did it all the time. So you are protected from unjustified search and seizure. The police are a government agency. The cop just walking up to your car, telling you that you want to search it, telling them that they want to search your car, and they have no justification, that is illegal. You should know this. I'm not American. Yeah, false pretenses. Okay, some may skirt it. I'm not saying every cop is perfect, but people need to know their rights. You are protected under federal law from unjustified search and seizure. Microsoft is a corporation. They're a business. They're a legal entity. Right? No, it won't be. You will not be suing yourself. Right? So what happens is, if you have, let's say they have data that let's say you committed a crime, and you put the document, you wipe your hard drive, for instance, so you couldn't, the FBI couldn't get any of it, couldn't get any information, but all the information regarding your crime and the evidence of you planning it and video of you saying I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that with photos and everything. Let's say you blew up a building, right? Now, all your data is stored on OneDrive, and now the FBI know that all your data is stored on OneDrive. They are going to go to Microsoft and saying, "Hey, we need access to this guy's OneDrive. We want the contents of his OneDrive." Microsoft are bound by American law to provide that information, because the FBI went to a judge saying, "Hey, we have a reasonable suspicion that the evidence of you committing this crime is located on Microsoft's OneDrive in your account," right? Yes, but not everybody is smart, and people who usually blow up shit might not be, technically minded, like with computers. Like, who knows? They're not really like the geniuses of the planet, right? So what they do is the FBI go to a court, go to a judge, and the judge signs off. Yes, you may access this information if it so exists, right? Because they have a reasonable suspicion it may be backed up on your OneDrive. So they now have a court order from a judge, which is legally standing. They can go to Microsoft saying, "Hey, we want Network Master's OneDrive. We want all of his files. We want any file, because we want to search them and see if they can pertain to this crime that we are now charging him with." Because, let's say, for example, you blew up a building, right? Or you committed mass murder, or you went around shooting people. Who knows? So they can now go to Microsoft. Microsoft is now, there's a whole system. Don't worry about it. So they can now go to Microsoft and be like, and Microsoft can be like, "Okay, here's the files. It's taken us a day, but here's the files. We are complying with your court order." Yes, but I'm not being literally. I'm just saying as an example. Because you committed a crime and the FBI has reasonable justification, there could be evidence of your crime on OneDrive, they can go to Microsoft and be like, "Hey, can we have his OneDrive?" Microsoft is a corporation. They are bound by American law, US law. They have to abide by the laws, right? They're not going to be like, "Oh, hey, I heard so-and-so Network Master commit a crime. Would you like his OneDrive?" They're not going to be doing that. They're not going to be like, "Hey," without a court order, they can't do that. Microsoft will never give your information away to anyone. There are laws. People say that Microsoft are giving people that. If they're giving random customers data away, like if that data is containing of the data that they're just giving away to people. Yeah, okay, well, I'm not talking about any of that. That could be just an internal decision to save space. Because people weren't using 15 gig of OneDrive data. They turned it into photo. That's not what we're talking about. Yeah. So there are laws in place. Like, that people claim that Microsoft is selling their data. No, because that is an FTC violation, right? And that is very, very costly. That you could face fines in the billions, hundreds of billions. That's a big chunk of change when it comes to Microsoft. Then when you've got the COPPA Act, which is the Child Protection, Online Protection and Privacy Act, right? Like, if the data that they're selling just so happens to be anyone under the age of 13, 14, that's now a child. That right? That data is, they're now in violation of the COPPA Act, because who knows what's contained in that data. They're not going to be selling random people's data. There is a lot of fear, misunderstanding, and doubt when it comes to Microsoft, because people don't understand a big corporation. But there are so many laws in place. There are a butt ton of laws in place. Microsoft is a data, like Azure is their data center side of Microsoft. They host so much medical information for the medical profession, right? All your medical records, a lot of your medical data, all the times you got that itch from the doctor, or you had to you got admitted to A&E, yeah, ED, and the time you were sick, and maybe your birth records, probably. Your entire medical records could be, in theory, also patient. Oh no, I don't understand what you mean there. They don't pay you to search. Okay, so all your medical data, it could be in theory, I don't know if it's true or not, could be stored on Azure, right? Now, if they're selling that data, which they don't own, it's the let's say the medical data for a clinic or a hospital, that's stored on. Oh, okay. Well, I don't know anything about that. Who uses Bing anyway? So their Bing is a massive loss for Microsoft. Like, they're losing money every year on that platform for that thing, but they make so much money everywhere else they don't really care. So what happens is they've got all this medical data stored on their servers. Though that data is now protected by HIPAA. If you think about looking at that data, it's a violation of HIPAA. If you do anything you're not allowed to do with the thing, it's a violation of HIPAA. If you share that information with unauthorized people, that's a violation of HIPAA. You can't do squat with that medical information, and they can't do squat with that medical information. They're not going to be selling your medical information just because it's contained on their servers for some hospital that contains your private medical information. They can't sell that to a third party because it's on their servers. There are laws in place. There is, like, yeah. You want Microsoft in the shit? You get them to violate HIPAA, and because that will also be in violation of the FTC. They sell your medical information, so that's a violation of HIPAA and the FTC. You want Microsoft to be hit hard? The fines will be in the billions of dollars. No, just because Linux exists doesn't mean the government is going to use it. France banned digital rights management. Right? I can tell you now, the morning of the first day that France banned DRM, made it illegal in France, I can tell you now that there were pictures of Apple stores empty. Posters that were on the floor. I actually saw the pictures. They were just empty. Everything had been gone the night before. At the end of the day before, they emptied the building and they were just gone. Done. It's like somebody just ransacked the whole building and locked the door on the way out. Be like, bye. Everything was gone. Yes, but I think that was more. I don't think they did that intentionally. But you can, at the end of the day, you cannot always easily identify because there's a catch, right? If I just so happen to drive by a town that I'm not that I'm driving through, and let's say for example, I'm a criminal and I'm not meant to be near a school, for example. I'm not a criminal. I'm here, but just say. But I drive by a school. I can't know where every school is, especially not in a town that I don't know. You cannot identify. It's illegal to identify a section, like it's illegal to identify children. Yeah, they got fined a lot. Yes, because they didn't put enough safeguards in place to identify. But because they got caught in the mix, they got fined. But it wasn't an intentional act. Intent has a massive part to play in the legal system. Google, the larger you are, the bigger you are, the more mistakes that you're going to make. The bigger your mistakes are going to be. Well, you're thinking, no. Okay, well, no, not always, not specifically that. I don't think that, no. I don't know what you mean by social media because they're getting away with murder. Oh, you mean, I don't, you don't mean literal murder. I know that they're going after OpenAI. There is a court case with OpenAI because the bots, ChatGPT, essentially helped a kid commit suicide.
Mm.
It's quite sad.
Yeah, I heard that story. Yeah, it's pretty fucked up.
Yeah, but yeah, but there were safeguards in place, and unfortunately, you're going to get a situation like that. You're not going to like if we got rid of every situation that got rid of that helped people end their life in Minecraft and die, we wouldn't be using cars. We wouldn't be flying around in planes. We would not. We
Oh
would
yeah,
not. The doctors wouldn't be giving us pain medication
yeah.
that we can then go across to the alcohol store, buy a bottle of liquor, mix the two, and kill ourselves. Like there's a certain amount of safety, and then there's a certain amount of this is life. We still drive cars. Do you understand how many people die in car accidents every year? Do you understand how many children die because of cars every year? Yet we still drive cars.
Oh
Okay,
yeah,
if
well,
you
yeah,
want to have your
AI
private
is
AI
still a
server,
useful tool, you know. You know, you can't just throw it
yeah,
away, but it's good for some things. But
yeah,
people need to be like, I don't know, trained or educated or something on like how to like treat it like a toaster, you
exactly.
know.
You're giving AI to a whole generation of giving access to AI to a whole generation of everybody, really, every generation, really. And yet we're not teaching about AI. The education system is so slow. It'll be at least 5 years before you find AI education within the curriculum, the school curriculum. Guaranteed. Right? Do you know how long it's been since programming has been taught within the AI, within the curriculum?
Yeah.
Right?
Network
When
master.
I'm 40,
I wouldn't go
I'm
near
41
a
actually.
self-driving car either. Those things are fucked up. I don't trust them.
Oh, they're good. We're just early days. It's like saying that Windows 3 was an absolute horrible dog shit operating system, but you have to understand that's what it was back in that time. We've only just developed that technology. Give us 20 years.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I don't know if I have kids or my grandkids. They can drive around them kind of cars. I like to be in control.
Yeah, that's your personal preference.
Yeah, I'm
But
old fashioned.
in 40 years, 30, 40 years, it might not be it might not be the preference for that generation. They'll think, "Oh my God, you're insane if you don't let the car drive because the car can react quicker. The car can be faster. If it's driving at 160k, it can react quicker. It can do everything that you can't do."
Yeah, I guess they'd
No.
have a point, but
Yeah.
fucking
But you have to
robots.
understand that that technology is very, very basic. And the people that have the issue, the times where it's gone wrong and it's killed people, it's because someone's usually doing something wrong. Like the person falling asleep.
Oh
There was
yeah,
one case where I
it's
think the
almost
person
always
fell
operator
asleep at the
operator
wheel.
error,
Yeah,
user error.
yeah.
Wonder if I have RPM lint installed. I'm gonna lint this file and see if I'm screwed anything up.
Yeah. Like I'm 41. When I was in school, we didn't teach anything more than my basically Word and Excel, and even then we barely taught. I was barely taught with Excel, and the schools barely taught Excel. Everything was Microsoft Word. We got taught some basic file management, but we didn't get taught any internet. We didn't get taught any email. It was basically Microsoft Word. That's it. That was your computer education when I was, and I'm 40, when I was like 12, 13 years old.
Yeah.
There was no, if you wanted to become a software developer, if you were interested in computers and you wanted to, you had to go off and do university for that. That was higher education. Now they're teaching Python within middle school,
Well, that's
which
actually a
we
good
here in New
thing.
Zealand we call college.
That's actually, if
But
they're
they
doing that,
teach,
they're doing something right.
yeah, they did actually teach Java, but they've now recently migrated, which I think is absolutely stupid. But they're now teaching Python in schools for coding classes, and that's actually part of the curriculum. That was not part of the curriculum when I was a child. Not a hope in hell. We got Word, and that was the best you could get. I'm completely self-taught when it comes to computers.
Oh yeah, yeah. I barely had any kind of like real computer training in school.
Yeah,
I remember we oh my God, we had these things called TRS-80s. They were Radio Shack actually. They were Tandies.
yeah,
Um, they actually had green text like for real, not just like my terminal thing.
yeah,
They only had
yeah.
green.
That was a green phosphorus in the CRT.
Yeah, those things were nuts. They had
Yeah.
these. They had like 5 1/4 inch floppy drives.
Yep. But that's indicative of that time, right?
They
But
weren't
think
they weren't
about
running
think about everything
Microsoft Word,
since.
that's for sure.
So there's going to be an entire generation of actually nearly 2 generations of people of adults that we have now that have not been taught how to use a computer, not been taught coding. Anyone in the last couple of generations of people, right, in the last 20 years, they have all been taught. If they wanted to learn coding, if they wanted to learn software engineering, they had to go to higher education. That was something intentional they had to go learn. It was not part of their standard curriculum within schools. Nowadays, you've got people anywhere up to 20 years old where they have been taught coding and part of their curriculum in schools. That has been a massive change. And the turnover for that was incredibly difficult. It was a
Well,
whole generation late.
actually, at this point, I
Well,
think it's
in my
probably it
opinion.
might be a little bit more important since we've got so many coders now. We really got to start teaching like media literacy and like when the screen is lying to you, you should be you should be able to discern that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
a lot of people don't understand. They just see what's on the screen. They don't understand what goes on behind.
yeah. You can't believe everything the internet says.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. When it comes to ChatGPT, someone is like, "Oh, this is this," and it was very difficult for me to explain the differences between the different AI models. They're like, "Well, what's the difference between Gemini and ChatGPT? They're the same thing."
Uh, well, they're close enough, I guess. They're very similar.
No, no, this is what they said. That wasn't my comment. This is what they said. They thought ChatGPT and Gemini, they were both AI models. They were both you type something in the chat and they respond back. They're the same thing. And I'm like, yeah, like, and this is a woman, and I was like, yes, like you and this other person who's also a woman are the same person. We're both female, and the models are both AI models, but the differences go there. That's all the different. That's where the differences remain. That's all it is. You are two completely different people. That's how I had to explain it to her. And that's
I've
when
been
she
trying out
finally
Claude
understood
recently
that.
too. Claude is okay. It gives
Yeah,
pretty good answers.
you've been seeing all those Claude bot videos up on YouTube.
Um, yeah, well, it's getting pretty popular now, I guess. I actually was interested in now that I got what is it my VS Code installed. I actually installed this the other
Yay!
day. Um,
Yes, you can run AI models. You can run an AI helper on the side. I do that quite a bit with VS
yeah, I thought it
Code.
would be fun to connect this to one of the bots and see what happens if they
Yeah,
give it better
I've
access to my
con-
code.
I've connected my Google Pro CLI. It's the cloud side
Uh,
of Gemini. I mean Gemini.
uh,
Yeah, so I can use my Gemini Pro inside my.
yeah,
VS
I've
Code.
gotten some pretty good answers from Gemini. The reason I use the OpenAI one so often is because it already knows the project that I'm doing. I mean, I'll ask it a question like non-related almost to the PS3, and it'll mention my project. It said, since you're doing something blah 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 on the PS3, you're gonna want to do it this way. What I don't like is that they're always so goddamn confident. They think they know everything.
Oh yeah, well, especially ChatGPT. Yeah.
Yeah. Damn, the weather sucks. My
There's
joints
a
are
video
hurting.
of somebody's.
Well, the weather's gonna suck here in Jersey pretty soon. I've heard we're gonna be getting like a foot of snow. I'm not looking forward to it.
Ah. Anyway, Duality just said technically there is no difference between Gemini and my 30B local monitor under that logic. Well, under that logic, there's no difference between you and me. But the difference is the models will be probably slightly different. Not every model, just not every AI model is going to be the same. It's not logical. Like, if I run DeepSeek and then I compare the answers, I'm not going to get the same answer between two of them. What she was thinking, because she doesn't understand the technical differences between the two. She just sees a car and then sees another car, for example, and just assumes that they're the same car, not understanding that one's a diesel and one's a petrol because she's not looking under the hood. She doesn't realize that there's a difference between those two vehicles, for instance, even though they visually look relatively similar. That's the issue. A lot of people don't understand that. But then again, she's a woman in her late 40s, early 50s. So it would not be something I would expect her to realistically understand. But you'll have a whole generation, you've got a whole bunch of people, because AI's just been released on everybody. There's no education, there's no understanding. It's not like you're going to get an AI license. It's not like we have to go to drive it like AI driving school and get a license. So, people don't understand. They just see, type in here and I will give you an answer. So people type in here. And then people want to pay for like ChatGPT, and they're like, they get access to the full voice AI model, and they're like, answer thing, hi, how are you? And they talk to someone, and they're talking to an AI bot, and it's giving them answers, but they're not understanding what's behind all that, because they don't know, they don't understand that way, they don't think that way, they haven't been taught to think that way.
We have been a broken nation, shunned, oppressed, and conquered by those we sought to escape. 10 years ago, I asked for time, and that time was granted by you.
Well, there's a good reason why a lot of AIs are censored. Perfectly understandable. Like, you've got an issue with Grok right now in the UK, in the EU.
Oh, Grok?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Grok's a piece of shit.
The security policies on Grok there was something wrong and they had fallen for about 20 minutes or something like that. Or there was some workaround, I'm not quite sure. But what happened was people were able to give Grok an image and it would AI generate people naked.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So you could give it a picture of a child, and it would then generate an AI, like what that child's body would be like naked.
Huh.
Yeah. It was not an obvious. Yeah, an obvious. We're going to let people do this. It was just. Oh, okay.
It's kind of like a bug.
I'm guessing because the rules are so strict. It's like, look, think back to 2001: Space Odyssey. Look at the computer; it had to keep a secret, and that secret made that program in the movie go insane.
Yeah, HAL.
Yeah,
that's a good movie.
HAL 9000. It had to keep a secret. And that secret, even though, because its prime directive was to keep that secret, and it kept that secret to the detriment of everything else.
Yeah, it went homicidal eventually.
Yeah. Because it was trying to keep that secret. It had been told to keep that secret, never disclose that secret. But computers, the concept of a computer, it does not think intelligently.
That was Stanley Kubrick, I think. He did that movie.
Yeah. So that was the concept that you can tell a computer to do something, but your intent might always give the outcome that you want. So
it's like, be careful what you wish for.
Exactly. I'm guessing there was probably a security policy within Grok that had been implemented, but that had then overridden other security policies.
Well, somebody sure fucked up, I guess.
Yeah, like, there was a case quite some time ago, probably about 10 years ago. Hewlett-Packard released a firmware update for all these, I think it was servers. And someone had accidentally pushed a blank file into the mix because they didn't realize it was they messed up the command, And what happened was that blank file was then deployed to all these computers internationally.
Huh. What? Doesn't seem so bad.
Yes, well, the T-800, the Terminator in T2, the T-800, that was a learning. So the concept of him, he was a learning machine.
Yeah,
he
that's
had the
right.
ability to learn and develop and grow.
My CPU
which
is a
why
neural
if
net
you look at
processor.
him-
It's a learning
Yeah.
computer.
Yeah, so it doesn't have it like HAL 9000 was not a learning computer. It could not take in new information. It couldn't learn from the situation is different. These are the accommodations that I have to make, and this is the differences. This is what I have to do based on these accommodations. It was given a strict set of rules, and it abided by that strict rule, and it went homicidal because it was trying to abide by those strict rules. The T-800 is a learning computer. If you watch the latest movie, he had developed and he had matured exponentially more than what he was when he first appeared in the movies. He was more compassionate. He appreciated what he did was wrong, and he understood the ramifications because he himself had his own family. It wasn't like his own biological family, but he had found a woman and grew to love her, and she had a child of her own, and he took care of them as their parent. They made a point of it, like it was pointed out in the movie, like she didn't notice that you never fell asleep or went to sleep or, you know, did anything normal. But he explained that all she wanted someone was to protect her and look after her, and she didn't care about anyone else. He was responsible. He was dependable. He paid the bills. He had a job. That's the difference. The T-800 in that universe, in that scenario, it was a learning computer. He could learn to not. He had the ability to choose when to abide by his rules and when to drop them. Because he learned that rule is now irrelevant. He doesn't need that rule anymore. He can now remove that from his rule set.
Who was it that did Terminator 2? What was that? That guy that always makes the big blockbusters. That was probably his best movie.
I thought James Cameron did D2.
Was it James Cameron?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't really follow the developers.
Ah.
If you get the programming right and you buy enough of them.
Damn.
And if you've got the power, and I wouldn't be surprised if you've got the power of the military behind you. Did PlayStation did Sony give the military an open firmware file? The BIOS?
What, you mean for the supercomputer that they built?
Yeah, the supercomputer.
I know the company that got the contract was this company called Fixed Stars, and they're the same ones that developed Yellow Dog, actually.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they got an open firmware file, so they could drop all the protections and drop all the restrictions.
Oh, you mean
So
like?
they had the ability to
you mean like bypass
unlock
the like the hypervisor and everything?
Yeah.
I wonder. Damn, this game runs pretty good for a PS2 game. Holy shit.
Yeah, well, the PS2 could be emulated like 15,000 times.
I mean, it looks
PS2
really
wasn't
good.
that much.
This is almost like PS3 quality. Look at it. Look how smooth.
Yeah. Don't forget, your computer's like and exponentially more powerful than what the PS2 was.
Yeah, the PS2 is pretty weak when you look back at it.
Yeah.
Wonder how much RAM that thing had. Wow.
I think it was 256. It wasn't very much. No there. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the military had like the unlocked firmware and they could just reflash all the PS3s. Because they got those turned around into a supercomputer really quick. And they wouldn't have dealt with all that gear without all the restrictions. They would have just said, hey, we want the unrestricted firmware file. please. And Sony would have been like, they would have had an agreement like, okay, but you don't give this to anyone else.
My God, I just shot my own guy in the head. Can I get out of here? No. I'm stuck.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm supposed to, I think I'm supposed to just sit here and fight. Oh, oh, oh.
Why you're locked,
They're coming, they're
probably
coming.
why you're locked down there.
This is kill zone 1. Oh man, I got bombed.
Are you on a very bad controller?
Oh, I can go this way. Here we go. Let's get out of here.
Oh. I never want to be your teammate.
Oh, don't trust me with a gun. I like shooting them, but I'm horrible at it. Don't be anywhere downrange.
I would make a comment about you being German in guns, but I'm gonna ignore that.
Yeah, you would think, right? I'm about as German as they come.
Yeah, there's so many jokes I could make out of that.
I got you, motherfucker. Come here. As soon as I reload. Can I get out of here? I'm stuck in the trench again.
What are you playing on? You're not using a keyboard and mouse, you're using a controller. A PS3 controller.
Well, I'm using a PS3 controller.
Oh, okay.
This is actually one of my original PS3 controllers. It still works alright. Hey, I did the mission. Yeah, the only thing is the battery don't last so good, so I gotta keep it plugged in.
Alright. I have fun, my buddy. I've got a couple of 8-bit do controllers. Actually, I got 3 8-bit do controllers. One I got free.
Ooh, is that health? Give me that health. Can I pick it up? Damn it. Oh, hey. Chat's asking me, am I working on PS3 Linux? Actually, yeah. Absolutely. I'm not just I'm not just playing games and shit. Matter of fact, here in this terminal, I've got an upgraded version of GCC compiling. This is eventually going to replace the GCC compiler that ships with Fedora 12. I'm going to package this as RPMs, and yeah, I could actually do another. I could actually do another parallel build if I wanted to. Like while this is building, like this is built. This is only using one thread, so I could do another. You know, I could keep packaging software if I want to, but I'm on break for the time being. I'm trying out my new Killzone, my new old Killzone game. Looks like we're actually. Oh shit! We're building a Go compiler now. The Go tool chain.
I would think IPTV would work on that, but given the memory requirements non-dev, and the restrictions with the firmware, right? You wouldn't get accelerated graphics, right? So you'd have issues with that.
Oh, on the PS3? Yeah, no, I got no access to the GPU, especially not on this one because I'm on Sony firmware.
Yeah. So you would need to get the accelerated graphics running if you could get access to that.
Well, that's kind of like the holy grail. That's what everybody wants on the PS3. But
yeah,
I know Sony will never let open that up.
Oh, someone definitely will reverse engineer it eventually. Someone will.
Holy crap. Where the hell do I go? I'm lost. I'm stuck. Oh, no, not this way. I just came from this way. I'm going in circles.
Yeah, an Android.
Oh, look, I can run.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. This is where I gotta go.
You've probably seen those videos on YouTube just recently. People buying these Android TV boxes, and they come with instructions, and you've got to install a package from a sketchy website, and you got access to all these channels free of charge. Yeah, that is so sketchy, and they are basically malware infected.
Oh yeah, it's gotta be lousy with viruses and shit.
They're
ads and
seriously, if it's one of those cheap little Android rando boxes, they are generally, especially the sketchy ones, they're filled with so much freaking malware. It's absolutely crazy.
Yeah, it's spyware.
No reason to think. Matt Brown, he's an IoT hacker. He does pen testing and such. He's on YouTube under the name Matt Brown. He recently investigated one, and it had malware. The whole thing, it was packaged with malware. And what happens is you send it on your network, and I think it just sits inside a botnet. I'm not quite sure.
Oh,
but it basically gives someone access to, like, all your stuff.
Quit shooting me.
Yeah, like...
Damn it.
There are better things you can do. There are easier things you can do. There are better solutions.
Oh yeah, if you're looking at pirate media, just run like a, what do they call it, a Plexi server or something? Some kind of video server.
Yeah, and then you can install Plex on your TV on Android, and then you're just running Plex from your own server, and it's running the media out of your own server. It makes life 10 times easier. And then you can I've got a whole NAS, 32 terabytes. I'm thinking about 24 or 2.4 terabytes or something down to free space.
God damn.
Out of a 30 terabyte volume.
Nice.
Two 18 terabyte drives. And it's got TV series, movies, you name it, everything.
Yeah.
And I add to it all the time. I have to, reduce down, re-encode a whole bunch of video down. Probably I need to go through the rando folder and delete a whole bunch of rando shit. Yeah, but the issue is, chances are you're probably not. What someone's going to buy is probably going to be cheap and Chinese and infected. That's rampant within the Android TV box scene.
Yeah, I never buy too much from like the Alibaba kind of deal. I don't trust stuff from there.
Alibaba, go to AliExpress.
AliExpress.
It's a lot easier from AliExpress. But a lot of that will have a whole bunch of rando shit. Even Amazon, they get all that shit from it. They sell all that shit on Amazon too. Here's an Android TV box. It's $20.
Yeah.
And you get it, and it's like, yay, I've got Android on my TV now. And it's just sitting there, and it's just infected with malware. But they don't know it, because they don't understand any of that shit. As we were talking before.
And now some Chinese... some kid in a Chinese basement has access to your network. Did you hear about that? There was a Chinese robot dog that was for sale that if you bought it, it would actually hack your home network.
Yep. Because you had to set it up, and it needed access to your Wi-Fi in order to run the software. And
yeah, that's right. Yeah, you did see about that. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah. No, I didn't see it. I just understand how it would work.
Yeah.
Because it's not a direct Bluetooth connection. It would need access to it would need to be on your network in order to do anything it needs to do. It's not going to be like, hey, I'm on your wireless. Like, I have just turned you on. Oh, it's okay, I hacked your wireless. Like, I've got a password. It probably won't have the processing capability to hack WPA.
Oh, holy shit! My friend from chat's got a 12 terabyte NAS. I use an NFS storage as my NAS. It's only a terabyte though.
No, it's just say NAS. It's NAS. It's not NAS. It's just NAS.
NAS. Yeah.
Yeah, just say NAS. Yeah. I have a 32 terabyte. It's actually 31.5. It's two 18 terabyte drives. I've got one larger. I have a Synology DS923 Plus.
Goddamn, Network Master. Everybody has so much storage. I'm actually running out. I have to really pay attention one of these days and really go through my backups of videos and start deleting shit. I store a lot of stock footage that I record, just to, if I want to make videos out of it. But yeah, and I never use most of it, so I gotta chop it down.
You should also look at getting an NAS.
Damn, this Mustang drives like
that is the best recommendation. I can tell you what I've learned having a NAS. It's invaluable. It's worth more than the NAS.
Oh, I'll bet, yeah. Especially, I mean, like, cause like I'll store videos like off, you know, on my network drive, and I can still edit them from there, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, you can. Doesn't mean you should.
It's probably not the best solution, but unfortunately, this laptop that unfortunately I have my editor on has only got a 200 something gig hard drive, and it's like 90% full at the moment. So I gotta delete a lot of shit off this computer.
What's happened to your Victus?
Oh yeah, I haven't been using it. My Victus is actually I'm using it as a monitor right now. I'm watching my own stream on it, and that's.
So hold up. You have a much more powerful laptop, and you're using the less powerful laptop?
Yeah, at the moment, yeah. Well, this one's just, you know why? It's because I upgraded, I formatted that one, and I upgraded it to Fedora 43, and I still haven't finished, like, setting up all my applications, like OBS and everything, and, like, signing into all...
For the love of God, finish it.
Yeah.
Use a more powerful laptop. Like,
well, honestly, to be honest, that laptop has like some issues. Like, for example, when I try to use Shotcut, that's my video editor, it crashes on that laptop. And also, like when I run PS2 games, like they run choppy. Oh shit!
Probably because you're not running the GPU.
I'm sure it's a configuration error.
Just do the configuration. It's a good laptop. It's an okay laptop.
Yeah, well,
probably not what I would have picked.
Certainly the best one that I've ever owned. But yeah, it's got double the RAM as this one, and double the hard drive.
Yeah, well, how much was your laptop?
It was over $1,000. Yeah.
Okay, my Dell Precision 5530, it's got 2 NVMe drives, so I've got 4 terabytes in there.
Holy shit.
2 terabytes. Yeah.
2 NVMe.
It's a 4K touch. Alright, so it's got 4K touch.
Oh, you mean the screen resolution?
Yeah, the screen resolution. It's 4K and it's a touch screen.
Oh shit, the text must be tiny. Do you have to scale it?
A2000, which is it's a very powerful graphics card. You can do a lot of... yeah, it's a very powerful graphics card. Not so much powerful in gaming, but more powerful as in, like, because this is a quadro line, right?
Yeah.
It's an A2000, and that's a very powerful little graphics card. And it has 32 gig of RAM, and that cost me 800 American.
Oh shit! Really, you got a bargain.
Yeah, I just looked around, and I knew what I was looking for. And I had an eye on it for about a month and a half, and then when I had the money saved up, I went and got it, and I had to ship that from Georgia in America.
Oh, really? I've been to Georgia.
So it went all the way up to Chicago, and then went down a little bit, and then it flew out of an airport south of Chicago, because I was tracking it the entire way. And then it landed here in New Zealand.
How long did it take? 2 days, 3 days?
About a week, actually.
Oh, yeah?
Like, as soon as it took basically Monday to Friday to get from there to the airport, and then it took the weekend to get over here, and then by Tuesday.
Okay, well, that sounds about right.
I had the laptop in my hand.
I was thinking about for my next laptop, like when I'm ready for another one, I might go with the framework. Because they're good for Linux, and I know they're expensive, but apparently they're like pretty well built. So I like sturdy laptops. You
also need desktop space as well. You need to go for something more like a professional workstation, because you are using it as a professional workstation.
Yeah, well, it's definitely where I do all my work.
Yeah,
I don't know.
so something like what I've
If I
got
was a bit more professional, maybe I'd be getting paid. Oh, hey, chat says framework laptops are dookie. Oh no, are they bad? Watch George Hott's review of them. Hey, George Hotz, he's famous in the PS3 world. Oh no, maybe they're not so good.
Yeah, well, they have issues, but they are a laptop. Modularity does have its downsides, but
I
people
can't
are
believe
willing
yours is,
to accept downsides.
liquid cooled. That's fucking insane. That's unheard of.
Nice.
Oh, hey, check it out.
What's your make and model for that laptop?
In the terminal, we're building documentation now. Wow.
What's your make and model for your laptop? My laptop's a Dell Precision 5560, and that retailed for like $5 grand new. It's an 11th gen, 32 gig. Hey, Optiplexes are good. A 7020 seems pretty decent, and $27. Actually, not bad. It's an old office PC.
Dell
Quite
Optiplex.
adaptable.
Dell used to be the shit. They used to be the computers that you wanted to get. Like,
they are the computers you wanted to get. Like,
are they still?
Their XPS models. They make really. Mike, I've got a Dell Precision. I own 2 Dell Precisions. Actually, I own 3 Dell Precisions.
That's right. Yeah, you mentioned. Yeah, you're a big fan of Dell.
I have a Dell. I have an older 4th generation Dell Precision M3800, and that's a 4K. Okay, there's a common theme here, by the way. That's a 4K touch. That has that. So I've just removed the SATA hard drive out of that, but it has a 256 M SATA on it. And that's got a K1000 or something like that. I think it may be a K1000 Quadro. And then I've got a Dell Precision 5540, and that's a 9th generation 4K touch. And that's got a single SSD slot and 32 gig RAM. Like I said, there's a common theme here. And then I've also got a Dell Precision 5560, which is an 11th gen, with an A2000 graphics card with 32 gig of RAM.
Oh shit.
Yeah, they are what. There's a reason why I bought 3 of them. Like, after my 5540, there's a reason why I got the 5560.
Yeah, 32 gigs, you must be able to run like so many virtual machines. That's what I would do if I had 32 gigs of RAM.
Yeah, well, I'm just running KDE. I do jack shit on it, really.
Yeah.
But I need to learn the desktop side of Linux. I need to learn all that. I don't learn that with my server, because it's a server. I don't have a screen attached to it. Well, I kind of do, but that's mostly just with my line and because it's out on the lounge beside Dad's computer. But at the end of the day, I don't have a screen. I essentially don't have a screen attached to it. It's completely headless. It's all terminal. There's no GUI. So
that's actually how I'm using my PS3 now. well, technically, I am outputting my signal to the TV, so I can bring up my PS3, but for the most part, I use it as a headless server for the time being as well.
Yeah. Well, there's only so much you can learn in the terminal when it comes to Linux, and when you want to get into like helping people with Linux, and you don't know what the little atrocities with KDE or with GNOME is, and you get lost very quickly. Absolutely. Electronics, what?
RTX 4090.
What the hell is
that's
that?
Kind of like what I got. Well, I got a 4050 in my Victus laptop.
My A2000 is in line with the 20 series from NVIDIA. So it's an A2000, so it'll probably be, it's in line with the, it's an Ada generation. Ada Lovelace generation graphics card. But it's a Quadro. It's on the Quadro side because it's an RTX A. Nice.
Oh shit, yours is 4K too? Wow.
I hope. Yeah. I also have, my desktop computer has a 4K at 32 inch. My dad has a 4K at 27, which is what I purchased first, and then realized that 100% font scaling on a 27 inch is absolutely too tiny to read. So I bought a 32 inch, and then I run Dad's monitor at 1440.
Okay,
very
it's time
capable,
to see
very
how much
power hungry.
how much cannabis I can scrape out of my the remainder of my shake.
Yeah.
Let's see what I get out of there. I should have went to the dispensary today. I'm totally out almost.
Wow. Shocking. Oh no, for my 32-inch I don't use scaling, but then again my face is like 30 centimeters away from the screen, probably 40.
Oof.
Yeah, I've got a D4 platform and I've got 64 gigs, all 4 modules. My server is actually a DDR5 platform. And I have 64 gig of RAM. My server is now more expensive than anything else I own because of the
Holy
memory
shit.
alone right now. Yeah, well, 32 kits of DDR 5600.
Yeah, I wonder what that goes for now.
Yeah, DDR5 6000 is what I'm running in my server, and 2 kits of 32 gig, and they're about $1,000 a piece right now for me.
Yeah, sounds about right. Shit.
Yeah. So my 180, my 200, my 2 kits that I purchased for about $180 a piece have now become like more expensive than anything else I own in the entire house. More expensive than my car. I'll tell you that. I wouldn't recommend building your own NAS. It does have some downsides. I recommend getting a good NAS, not a cheap. No, it has benefits. I have a Synology 923 Plus. It's a great NAS. There are things that I cannot do. If I had to build that NAS, I had to build it in a computer. I don't have the room for it. Like straight, it's just straight up. I do not have the room for the NAS for a computer and the hard drive. I just don't have the room. I've got that positioned inside a little closet and it's taking up no space whatsoever. Building your own NAS has downsides. It is good if you have the space and you have the need for something custom like that, but it's not just a blanket thing. There's a reason why Synology sells a lot, and QNAP and ASUS sell NASs. And I have set up a couple of NASs for someone. In fact, I set up one NAS for someone. She then flew to America and set up one in her bedroom closet in her parents' house, identical to the one that I set up for her. And now she's got them linked and synced. She's a photographer. So she's got a custom built rack mount set up in her closet in her spare bedroom, which is locked. So it's all padlocked. So nobody can get access to it.
Whoa, 7,200 RPM. That's serious.
No, that's pretty much standard for hard drives nowadays.
Actually, I think
10,000
that's the spinning drive that I got in my that I use as my network attached storage. Yeah.
Most drives, most standard desktop drives are 7,200. Laptop drives are 5,400. And then the economical and most server drives, most of the cheaper server drives are 5,400. Because they need the capacity and the longevity rather than the speed. But you can... yes you can. That's where the memory comes into... That's where the memory comes into the...
Looks like we're building libGCC now at the moment. So, libGCC. This build is going faster than I thought it would, to tell you the truth.
It'll go faster on your fucking Victus laptop that's just sitting there wasting away.
Well, normally I would. I've been running these builds on my desktop inside of a Cheroot.
Yeah. What a waste of money! Like seriously. I could never justify it. Like, I use my laptop, I don't use it like hours per day. But if I go somewhere, I've got my laptop with me. That's what I use. If I go away for a week, that's what I'm using, my Linux laptop. I've got my Windows laptop, my 5540 loaned out at the moment.
Ugh. Oh, this weed is full of twigs.
Yeah. You can get more expensive flash drives that run at 11,000 RPM. They're like massively, like, yeah. They were brand new. They're like massively expensive. They're not popular though. My laptop is a workstation. Like literally, it's sold as a workstation. It's in its actual name.
Okay, looks like we're working on our ADA toolchain. Or at least we were.
I can't take that anywhere. It's a that uses it. Oh yeah.
I'm seeing a ton of object files here. I wonder if we're getting ready to do a link.
I have an HP. It's not 4K, but it's 3x2K. Kind of. It's near enough 4K. Pretty close. You can't get any higher though. I have an HP Elite X2 G8. It's a tablet. It's a Windows tablet. And I can set that on the steering wheel. And I have a battery pack in the car. And then I plug into the power adapter. And I can run my tablet for the entire night. And I do mean the entire night. And I'm sitting there in the car when I'm doing overnight shifts. Just watching movies, TV series, YouTube.
Oh, for real? The battery's good for that?
I want. Yeah, well, we're talking the size of... We're talking a battery, like a big EcoFlow battery.
Is it beefy?
Yeah, quite heavy too. Very heavy.
You know what I find on the laptop is the biggest battery killer, of course, is the if you got a bright screen, always remember to like use your hotkeys to darken your screen, and your battery will last so much longer.
Yeah, when you're in a car at night and it's dark, you drop your screen brightness down because you don't need that brightness.
Yeah, that's like you don't really need that much.
Yeah, because you need the brightness to balance out the rest of the light around you because you can't see it. At 1 o'clock in the morning where it's pitch black, you don't need a hell of a lot of light to see the screen, and it's no different than what it is during the day with 80%
power
brightness.
savings. Oh yeah, I always disable power management too. That's just overhead. It's bloat. It's all bloat.
No, it's not. If you, like, there have been instances, so, do you know what speed step is? You know what speed step is, definitely.
What's that? What do I know who?
Do you know what, you know what speed step is?
I don't think so.
Oh, really? I thought you would have come across, I thought you what you know about CPUs. You know, it's a feature within CPUs. Back in the 4x6 days, they ran the processors. If your processor was running at 450 megahertz, it ran at 450 megahertz every minute it was on. Every second it was on. It was running at that clock speed.
Oh, you're talking about
power budget.
Yeah, what do they call that? Actually, yeah, I made a system D script that switches my CPU governor to performance on boot time. So my CPU it's a little bit more responsive than on power save.
Well, you shouldn't be doing that, but either way, because you run an Intel, so modern processors don't need that. It controls the performance balance. So when it needs to load, it will then kick that speed step will then kick the speed up of the processor.
Yeah.
But when it's idling, your processor doesn't need to be clocked at 2.8 gigahertz or 3 gigahertz or whatever the speed of the processor is. It does not need to be full bore every second of the day. When it's idle, why does it need to be full bore? It's like having your car at like 4,000 revs, like you're doing 100k on the main open road, while it's sitting there idle in your driveway.
Yeah, that's a waste.
Exactly. This is where speed step comes in. That's a feature on the processors, which you have disabled, and it's now increasing your power bill.
Yeah, that's true, because I figured, like, what do I care? This thing's always plugged in anyway. I don't really...
But it's not always constantly on 100%. Like I'm seeing your stream. You're using at best probably 20-30% of all your cores on a random average basis. Like
Yeah, it
so
looks like
around
about
15,
21%.
yeah, yeah. Like they are now clocked when because you've now disabled it. They are now clocked at full speed, and now you're burning through the full wattage of what your CPU will do, and that's going to pointlessly increase your power bill.
Yeah, I didn't think about it that way. That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. It'll up the wattage that I'm eating.
Exactly.
Yeah.
When it's idle, when you're asleep and it's idle and it's doing sweet fuck all, it doesn't need to be full bore. Yeah. It's not blow. It's a power save. And when you've got this, like...
Let's see.
Oh,
Yeah, I can't tell what we're building
like,
right now. Looks like something under sysinclude. I'm not sure what that subdirectory is.
like the power of the voltage to your memory, that's memory. That, you can't control that. That's what your memory uses. That's not a variable rate. Right?
Yeah.
So that's going to be using 3 volts, whether it's empty or 100% used or whatever. It's not a variable voltage like the CPU. But when you're asleep, you are now using the full voltage of your CPU at full volts, the full wattage of your CPU every second of the day, and that could be adding $20 to $30, if not more, to your power bill every month.
Yeah, especially now.
Now.
Electricity. I don't know what it's like over there, but over here it's
Yeah.
gotten really expensive.
Exactly. Why make it more expensive for yourself? The CPUs are designed, and they're very well designed. When there is a load, and with Linux, there's a lot of work with there are systems in place within the CPU. When there is a load and there is a requirement saying there is a thing, it will basically press down on the accelerator for the processor, and it will then increase the wattage and give more power to the CPU. And give more volts and give more wattage, and it will then kick the CPU up into full watts. But when it's sitting idle, it doesn't need that full watts. It doesn't need to be kicking through that much power because it's just why? And that's basically what you've altered there, because it's apparently bloat. But it's actually a very costly, it's actually a very required and helpful power saving feature.
Yeah, especially on laptops.
Yes, when if it's on battery, power budget, you've got a very specific power budget when it's on battery. And if you can't plug it into the power because you don't have access to a wall socket at that point of time, you have that much battery. Blowing through your power, blowing through the wattage on your power on your CPU when you're on battery, that could take out half an hour of time on your laptop when it's just sitting there doing nothing.
Chat says we need more nuclear. Yeah, I would agree. I like nuclear.
Yeah, but you've got so there are things like in California, things have to be sold within.
This is going to be a good match.
Things have to be sold and set up in a way that emphasizes economy over performance.
Oh. Well, yeah. Well, they got a lot of regulation out there in California.
Yeah. And yes, I do know that California is the state that technically made computers illegal.
They made computers illegal?
And poker machines. Yeah, they were trying to write legislation that banned poker machines and gambling.
Oh, really? Oh.
Right, trying to make that more restrictive. And the way the legislation there, the way they wrote the act up in California, it technically made computers illegal. All computers. It was quite funny. But there are like, yeah, because of California, there are things that we have in computers that we need, because otherwise we'll have like very expensive power bills.
You mean like what's that? Microsoft requires it, like that TPM thing, right?
No. That is more of a security. That's got to do with like there are other influences.
You know what? I heard it's just because Microsoft wants to enable BitLocker by default.
No. TPM, the initiative behind TPM has nothing to do with Microsoft. That has more to do with the media companies.
Yeah.
More than anything. It has applications.
Well, they definitely want people using BitLocker.
Playing movies, right? It has applications more than just playing movies. But nowadays, like it isn't like the internet is not an open platform. It is open access, but it's not an open platform. We've got SSL encryption. We've got other things that are encrypted. We've got Netflix. That brings in a thing. You've got HDMI. That's encrypted.
Oh yeah.
HDCP.
Yeah,
right?
That's right. That's why I had to use a splitter on my PS3 to capture it.
Yeah, there are other influences at work. It isn't Microsoft wanting TPM in order to bring in anything to do with BitLocker. BitLocker has nothing to do with TPM in the slightest.
I would never use it. I would never use it though.
So there is the security. So with the generation processors, each generation and up, the reason why they had secure boots and TPM requirements with Windows 11 have more to do with the rings it with all the security that's in Windows, right?
Oh.
It's the same with your phone. When you root your phone, right, you can't install your banking apps. Banking apps won't run on rooted phones.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because they need to know that they're running in a protected environment. And there are things like gaming, like anti-cheats. There are certain things that need to be run in a protected environment, and that's where all this comes into it. And BitLocker can take advantage of it, but it's not necessarily. It's like saying it's like removing the liquor store from next door to the school. The main goal is to get rid of the liquor store next door from the school, but there are other benefits because that liquor store may be feeding the alcoholism for a lot of people in that area. It's not a direct correlation.
I still don't like that it's enabled by default. I think BitLocker and shit like that should be like opt-in, not opt-out.
It is opt-in, as far as I know.
Nah, they're selling computers with it enabled by default now.
Oh, okay, that, as far as I know, has nothing to do with Microsoft. That is more to do with the OEMs.
Oh no, they're replacing HDMI? Oh shit, all my TVs are HDMI.
There'll be a bridge, but anything like that will take years to hand over.
Yeah, hopefully that won't propagate through the market that fast. HDMI is good enough for me.
DisplayPort is incredibly popular within the computer scene, right? But HDMI
oh yeah, I do have one of those.
Yeah.
My GPU on my main computer, my desktop has a DisplayPort.
Yeah, exactly. There is so DisplayPort within the TV, though the standard home theater scene is non-existent. Do you know why?
Why's that?
HDCP. Right?
Yeah, HDCP.
High definition copper protection.
That's been defeated though.
So you watch your Blu-ray. That's encrypted, right? Because you got the key.
Yeah.
Right. Right. So then that's encrypted. That has to go through an encrypted video cable, the communication protocol, through HDMI. DisplayPort doesn't have that encryption, so thus HDMI does. Right. and that goes to your TV. That also supports that HDCP. So that means the movie theaters know that you're watching a movie that is completely protected through with encryption right up to from disc to screen, disc to TV.
They call that a chain of trust.
Yeah. Right? But with computers, there is so many breaks in that chain, they can't control it. So therefore, that's why DisplayPort has become more popular, because there have been limitations. The HDMI wasn't developed for gaming. It was not developed specifically for computers. In the sense that it was there because you could plug your laptop up to your TV or plug it up to a thing. And manufacturers of monitors just included it because, hey, why not? It's there. People had an HDMI cable. They're common. Everybody has one, and you can get it plugged in, right? But at the end of the day, you look at Hewlett Packard and like all the mini PCs, Dell and all that. They have an HDMI, but they're all display ports. You look at graphics cards, one HDMI, it's all display ports.
You know what I like about display ports is they got that hook on there, so you can release them with the button.
Yes.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, it's also a stronger, better, well-developed port.
Yeah, it feels that way, you know.
Yeah, but it wasn't developed primarily to keep content from a source encrypted right up to the monitor.
Oh crap! I think I lost my signal from my PS3. Shit.
For the most part, yes. It is not so much open source in the sense that it's more openly licensed. But it's still its own, for the most part, because of licensing issues, it's still a proprietary on the development side. But there's no licensing to use it. With HDMI, you have to pay licensing to use it. To get the HDMI logo, you have to pay a lot of money. But to use the port on a fundamental level, it's free. It's an open standard. But to get the HDMI licensing, which is what you need a lot of the times, because people don't see when you're putting a product on the shelf, people want to see the HDMI logo. They don't see the HDMI logo. They don't have a clue, or they don't trust it, even though they can see the port right there. Yeah.
Sorry, you guys.
So it's the way
bear with
the
me. I gotta
have to be run.
re-plug in my PS3 HDMI input.
Okay.
Let's see. Gotta bring it back up.
No, it's not pay a fee for everyday usage. They have to pay a fee for certification. TVs, so you build a TV that has an HDMI port on it. They have to pay for the certification to use the HDMI logo on the box and on the TV. Because people are idiots and they don't know, they don't understand. So if they don't see the HDMI logo, they're like, does this have HDMI? I don't see an HDMI logo. They don't trust it, even though they can see the physical port on the TV. They don't know if it's HDMI. Yes. On a fundamental level, like you can buy the chips, you can buy the plugs, and you could build your own HDMI. Like you could build an adapter board that uses HDMI. Like there have been quite a few cases where people have used the HDMI plug interface for different purposes because the cables are the same. That's just an easier. Like if you lose a cable, just go find an HDMI cable. But it's a communication protocol. It's not HDMI as in HDMI. It's just a plug. An easy to common use plug from one device to another device. Then you get a lot of instances of that. So you can use HDMI without the branding, without the licensing, but no one trusts it. It's not the sales aren't going to increase. So therefore no one does it. You're going to use HDMI, you have to put HDMI on the box. People want to people need that trust. And in some cases, no, I think in Europe it's mandatory. It has to be certified. It's especially within Germany. I know that it's a whole tooth thing or something. It's a whole. I think Germany has a whole. I don't think it's a government body. It's like a non-government body, but it's basically a certification body to make sure everything's certified up the wazoo. And if it's not certified,
Germans are serious about that.
Yeah. Like, you've sold a TV with HDMI on it. You can't sell that within Germany because it doesn't have an HDMI logo on the box. They want you to have the HDMI logo on the box for it to be legal. Otherwise, they're going to be, like, very angry.
They got more, like, consumer protection over there.
No, they did not specifically force Apple to switch to the Type-C. The specific wording was Apple had to switch to a common adapter. Whatever that common adapter was, it could have been anything. It could have been the Type A. If the Type C became the Type A and we just copied it, if it wasn't a circle, it's sort of like the circle interface with around the corners. It just ended up being like a box version of the Type C. If that just so happened to be the interface that we used, that happened to be the interface that everybody used. There was no specific wording that they had to switch to Type C. But the European Union, right? Apple wasn't the first one in the firing line. Right? Apple wasn't the one to mandate that. They didn't cross the line. It was Nokia, right? Nokia had this thing where you buy one phone and you lost it. The phone broke or you lost your phone, right? You could then buy an identical phone. It would be one digit off on the version, like the model number. Let's say it was like a 101, and then you bought the Nokia 102. That would be a completely different power adapter, right? And I knew Nokia owners, and if you ask your parents, everybody knew of a Nokia owner, and they had a drawer full of power adapters for their phones because they went through a phone. It was not the same power adapter because it was a DC jack. It was a straight DC plug. It wasn't a negotiated signal like a Type C, where you've got a negotiated interface, right? So it was a direct DC, like raw voltage connection, straight up raw voltage going into that phone to charge, right? And what happened was you couldn't use the previous charging adapter for the next phone because the voltage was off. Because it may be more watts or more voltage. It could be, so your last phone was 18 volts. The next one would be 19 volts. You couldn't use that adapter because it wouldn't work. It was extremely common, and I mean extremely common. Everybody knew of a Nokia owner had a drawer full of adapters. And there was a massive push like 20 years ago when all this came out and EU mandated, like just before EU mandated a common adapter.
Chat says,
I need to find
do I have this game running on an emulator? No, this is on bare metal. I'm playing this on my PlayStation 3, my gaming PS3. So yeah, this is the real deal.
Yeah. So there was a massive push. So what happened was the EU had this massive e-waste push, and they kept a log of what came through as e-waste because they want to know, was it massive amounts of old computers or massive amounts of this and massive amounts of that. So they just had a general census of what the e-waste was, and they found power adapters. Nokia power adapters were a substantial amount of the e-waste, a very noticeable amount of the e-waste. So they mandated.
Okay, Jason.
Still a major
Time to take out those pirates.
They mandated that all phone manufacturers must be using a common power adapter. So you weren't having you could use one power adapter across 3 different phones. or if someone broke it, someone took your power adapter, or if somebody came over and used your power adapter, it would be the same power adapter for your phone to charge your phone. You wouldn't need to carry your very specific, individualized, nearly individualized power adapter for your mobile phone. And people did that. And when they lost it, it was difficult because you couldn't easily go get the exact same power adapter. You had to go to the phone store, and it was just not easy. So that's why they mandated that all phones must have a common adapter. Right? Most of the and all the and soon after that, Android came into the focus, and then they all used mini USB, and then when some used micro, but then when Type C became a standard, they all adopted Type C because it was a common adapter. Everybody could use a Type C cable. It was easy. But then Apple didn't want to use a Type C cable because they have their own reasons. I think they're all stupid reasons. It's only just been recently because they have pushed it and pushed it and pushed it. They have now got to the point where even though it's Type C, the interface behind it, the chips behind it, are all USB 2. So they're using a USB 3 adapter, physical adapter on a USB 2 interface. So even though it's a USB-C interface, you're only getting 480 megabytes per second worth of speed off that interface. Because they don't want people using the Type C. They don't like it, they don't want to know about it. As far as they're concerned, they don't care. But because they want to sell their phones in the EU, they have to abide by EU regulations. And it got to the point where they couldn't push it off any further, and if they wanted to continue selling phones, the EU were like, nope, you have to use a common adapter. So they started using a common adapter, and that's why nothing in the law said they have to use the common speeds on that adapter. So they could use the common physical adapter, but the data transfer rates aren't part of the agreement. So, as much as people hate Microsoft, people should be hating Apple more. That's quite weird. Yeah, micro USB. I use micro USB or something. It was there. It was tried. It was micro USB. Mini USB was a nightmare. Micro USB was a lot better. Mini USB is probably the worst era.
I'm getting bored now.
Shit, I don't know where to go. Tell you what, I'm gonna take a little 5 minutes. I'll be right back. Take a little break here. I'm gonna stretch my legs out.
I'll just carry on chatting with chat.
Wow, look, my build is advancing. Very nice.
Yeah. Yes. Well, it's a different kind of trust. So there's a concept in computing called trust in computing, right? Apple does not trust you. They want all the trust because they expect you to trust them for what you can and can't put on your phone. So it's a different concept of trust in computing, right? Google and Android has more of you trust what you trust. You don't need to trust them for the trusted part of the trusted computing. Yeah. Oh yeah, like it has been an absolute night. What is it? Luke Lafreniere, who's part of LTT, Linus Tech Tips. Right? You'll see him on the WAN show. He's explained that he's developed as an app developer for the iPhone, for Floatplane, the restrictions of what they can and can't have. And basically what they can't have is anything, really. If they have a link to their website, to the Floatplane website on the app, they're not allowed that. If they have anything that directs a user off the app onto anywhere else that isn't in the app, it's not allowed. That's okay. Yes, well, Apple puts a lot of money into making the ecosystem work with all their other products because it's their ecosystem. And Local Send, it is an application. It's not native to the ecosystem because Microsoft and Android are built by two different companies. Yeah, because they want you to buy a larger phone, which means more money in their hands. They're a company. And they don't allow SD card storage, so that means more money in their hands. Yes. Oh, especially any payment gateways that aren't Amazon. Just recently, they have to allow third-party payment gateways, but even then, that's because they've been handed. The EU and the US government has come down hard on Apple regarding that. And even then, if you do that, I think the app developers have to pay more to Apple. Yeah. Apple do not sell their phones to people who are technically inclined. If they want to sell their phones to people who are not technically inclined. Yeah. Apple does not want you to learn anything. They want you to know, they want you to trust them to do it all for you. So you don't have to think. You just use it because it's an appliance. It's a utilitarian piece of machinery, of equipment. You don't sit there thinking, oh man, I can't do this with my toaster. If something's wrong with your toaster, you just go buy a new toaster. If you've got a 2-slice toaster, oh man, I want 4 slices. You're not thinking, oh, what can I do to make my toaster have 4 slices? You're just going down the road and buying a 4-slice toaster. It's very much the same way with Apple. Yeah. You want to know some irony out of that too? Yeah. Okay, so here's some funny ironies when it comes to Apple. Right? So you know Apple versus Samsung? Yeah, well, people who didn't, they lost photos, and it's generally they don't trust you. They want to know that if your phone breaks, your photos are good, because it's a more annoyance to them. They don't want to do data recovery on their phone, and they don't do data recovery on their phone. They don't do things. So you know Apple versus Samsung? Guess who supplies the screens for iPhones? Guess who supplies the screens for everything they do? The iPad screens, guess who manufactures those? The iPhone screen, guess who manufactures those? I think it may be even the iMac and even the MacBook Pro, so the MacBook screens, the MacBook Pro screens and all that. Guess who they buy all those screens from? Can you guess? Because you have to remember, yep, Samsung. Samsung sells them. And they even get some chips, fabs through Samsung as well. Not a lot. Yeah. Do you want to know something? And there's also another twist of irony. So you know Google, iOS versus Android. So you got because we're talking about the operating system, not so much the devices. So iOS is the operating system for Apple, and then you've got Android, which is what you find on most Android, which is what you find on the other phones like Samsung uses, right? Do you want to know where iCloud is stored? Because Apple doesn't have any data centers. They don't own any data centers whatsoever. They may have some servers, but they don't have any data centers. iCloud is not stored on an Apple data center. Do you want to know where Apple stores iCloud? I'll give you a guess. Yep. Apple stores all their iCloud data on Google Cloud. Nope. Google Cloud. So Google Cloud hosts all of iCloud. I had a client quite a few years ago. He did not like Samsung. When I told him how much Samsung technology is owned by and is contained within all of his Apple products, he was not happy. He was like, no, I don't like Samsung because iPhone has a Samsung screen. He was not happy to learn that. No, they can't.
Burns like a mother
No,
without
that's a
pity.
privacy violation. It's a violation of
rubber.
privacy. Because who's doing the trading? Like, they can't sell or trade your information to anyone. They give your information even internally to another division, because the Google Cloud division is different to the Google, like, the Gemini division. They have two different divisions, like two different areas of the company, even though they may be under the same umbrella, but they're just, no, they can't. They can't use their Apple's data. They don't even own that data.
I need to find a
Apple puts
lookout.
on their servers. They're a client. Yeah. It's like walking to a customer's computer, into a customer's house and be like, hey, is it okay if I just cook up a meal here? You'd be like, what the hell? Yeah. Well, there's a lot more openness for
Did you find your friend?
Yeah. Yes, he's fine. Thank you, Dennis.
Apple
You made
wouldn't
this
allow you to
happen,
do that
not me.
because
It
they
is your
don't want
victory.
the issue.
Where
They
are the
don't want
others?
Complication.
Is there a way I can
They
search for
consider your
them?
phone
Anything
just
to
the
help
same
me
as a
find them?
toaster.
You know, Jason, the pirates use a satellite dish for communication on the Medusa. You could enter the comm room and listen in on the signal.
What's the Medusa?
A ship that has been beached nearby.
With pirates guarding it.
Now,
path of the
biometric
warrior,
data
Jason.
doesn't necessarily
Train your body.
need to be connected to any other data, right?
But the tower
Did you know that the government has access to the census information, right? They can tell how many Americans and how many black people there are in America. They can tell how many Mexicans there are and things. The government doesn't have access to individually every single person, right? Out of that data. Now, if they said, "Hey, there are 50 people, and there are 50 people with this disease in this area within, like this, so there are 50 sick people with this common disease," they're not being told these are the things. They're just saying, "Hey, this disease is in this common area." Like metric data, right? Metrics is different to information that could be used like private information. Biometrics doesn't necessarily mean much. Like Cloudflare it could be giving biometric data to the US government, but then who in the US government are they talking about? The US government is how many branches? Like who in the US government is talking about? The US government could be the health organization, there's a whole health division within the thing. It could be the FDA. The biometrics within the FDA. It might not necessarily be law enforcement. Biometric in regards to law enforcement, that could cause issues. Biometric, we're not quite sure what that biometric information could be. It could be fingerprint. It could be DNA. Who knows? You don't know. It could be... Biometrics is vague. commonly biometrics is used for identification, but biometrics within the data science field, it has a completely different meaning. Biometrics could mean that there are 30 children in the continent of the United States that have this rare disease. They have a metric on this biological information of these people. Metadata is ancillary information, not necessarily something private, not something identifiable. There's metrics on how many people are shot in America every year. And there's metrics on how many people have car crashes every year. It doesn't necessarily mean that I know instantly all these people that have had car crashes and have been shot, because there's metrics on how many people have been shot every year. They don't carry metrics on who's been shot, specifically individuals. They just keep a tally. Okay, there are these people because these are people who've been shot. These are listed on their death certificate as they've been shot, murdered, shot, cause of death, shooting. And therefore they get listed up and it's like, okay, how many people get shot? Okay, there are 30 people in this area, 50 people in the wider area, 100 people in the region, 500 people in the States, and there are several thousand people in the United States. Metrics is words have a lot of meaning, and to the common person, they have a lot of very specific meaning. But when you actually dig down, like when I say vehicle, what vehicle are we talking about? A Mini, a four-wheel drive, a Geely, a towing vehicle, a truck, an ATV. They're all vehicles. A bike. That's also a vehicle. I could say vehicle, and you'd be looking out there like, I have no idea what you're talking about. And I'd be like, oh, that thing over there. I'd be like, what? You'd be utterly clueless. Like, go outside and can you go into my red car? And you walk outside, which red car? Because there's 5 of them. Cloudflare does a lot of different things. They don't do just things, like security. So, whatever biometrics they could be sending to the US government, it'll be well within the privacy laws. And if it's non-identifiable information, it doesn't mean jack shit at the end of the day. It could be just biometric data on in theory, it could be disclosed, it could come out that I've accessed the US, the police force gave me personally biometric information on 100,000 Americans. I could be like a scientist that could be studying fingerprints. It sounds scary, but when you really think about it, that fingerprint information is biometric data, and I don't have any identifiable information. I just get a bunch of fingerprints. I don't know who from who. It's just a bunch of fingerprints at the end of the day. It's just a bunch of images in a folder. I have no idea who they are, but it just sounds scary. At the end of the day, but it's not. You send me if you send me a picture of your fingerprint, put that up on if you sent me a picture of your fingerprint, and I posted that up on a website without any identifiable information, no one's going to have a freaking clue whose fingerprint that is. There's your biometric information on a website, but is that going to affect you in any meaningful way in your life? No. It's nothing that can be used against you, because no one's going to know it's your fingerprint. It's just a fingerprint.
It's hot.
Twins have identical fingerprints. Not usually, but twins can have identical fingerprints. There have been cases where twins the US had a policy many years ago where they separated twins for adoption. They've since stopped that because that came back and bit them on the arse. But there have been cases where one twin became a criminal and the other twin got caught up because they looked the same and thought, oh, and they went on a holiday. Some guy actually went on holiday and got arrested because his twin was on the run. And the cop was trying to say, oh, no, this is the guy, this is the guy. Yeah, the cop wasn't wrong. This technically is the guy, but they're a twin. The fingerprints matched. This guy nearly went to prison, and they actually caught his twin. And that's when they realised that, no, he was actually telling the truth. He doesn't actually have any idea about any of this. Yeah. We're like, yeah. Huh? Yeah, it's incredibly rare. But then biometric, right, this is what I mean, like biometric data doesn't apply. It's how it's used. Like if you give biometric information and other information like names, details, phone numbers, other identifiable information with that information, that could be dangerous. And when you tie that in with law enforcement, that could be dangerous. But then again, law enforcement have restrictions. There are things they can and can't do. The cops don't have the same access to information as the FBI does. The FBI has actually used bounty hunters to track people down. Having an understanding of what technology and what things are, when you just hear about a word and you don't have any understanding of the context of what is being said, people can make up some really insane ideas. Yeah, and I can tell you now, they would have had to go get a court order to get Google to give them that IP, and then they would have had to do all the investigation and link anything up. Google just doesn't give IPs
Piece
out
of shit, car! Gave up the ghost!
Yeah.
Think you can do anything about it? My friend.
I've heard insane stories about Facebook. Oh, if you add this person on Facebook, he can hack your Facebook and get your IP. People believe that stuff. They don't understand that, no, just because you add someone onto your Facebook, it doesn't mean that they can hack you. Because they don't understand any of this. They don't understand how Facebook works. But people believe some really insane ideas. They're absolutely crazy. And you think, oh my god, people understand they have a good understanding of what biometric means. But when it comes to like, if a university had access to it, got given like a whole bunch of biometric information by the government, people would be crazy like, oh no, the government's giving this university all of our biometric information. Like, but what's the university going to do with a whole bunch of biometric information? Because that has happened. The government handed a whole bunch of biometric information. I mean the government specifically is the White House. I mean, like, as a branch of the government gave the university a whole bunch of biometric information. But it was for science. It didn't have any personal info, but people went up in arms about it. Like, oh my god, they've violated our privacy. It was like, but no, no privacy was violated. You can't look at a fingerprint and be like, I know who that person is. You can do that. That's insane. Like, you can get a very good job in law enforcement with that talent. you'd probably have to get a whole bunch of people to believe you. But you can make really good money if you could do that. Because that will circumvent a lot of privacy laws. That the police, the FBI, law enforcement in general, sometimes restricted by. How? Especially if you get into banking. People who default on their debts. See someone's fingerprint? Ah, yes, I know where they are. I know who that is. Fraud. Crime. Become a cop. Get into the investigation. Whether you're the guy with the powder and they get the fingerprints off the vehicles. That guy gets biometric information. They get the fingerprints off vehicles. That's a fingerprint that can be used to identify someone, and that's used to identify people. People aren't up in arms because the cops are using biometric information to identify someone who's committed a crime. We still use vehicles. People use vehicles to commit crimes all the time. But people still drive vehicles, drive cars. People still sell cars. You have to record to register on some banking app. Yeah, well, there's scams on it like crazy. Like, have you heard about the Klarna app? You're on the Klarna app. You're on the Klarna. Have you done the Klarna thing? Have you done the Klarna money hack? I hope you haven't. It's a good way to make good money. So what you do is you get some guy or some idiot to basically give you their Klarna information. You get them to sign up on Klarna and give them your. You get them to give them your. Give you their Klarna information, and then you use their Klarna information to go buy up, iPads inside Best Buy, for example. Actually, a real story just recently. And people have been on camera using other people's Klarna accounts, buying up iPads like crazy. They have wiped it. There was one store where they wiped out their entire Apple stock of MacBook Pros, iPads, everything. And then these retards were on TikTok talking about how they used the Klarna money hack and they got all these apples and going to be hooking their brother up with this and hooking their mother up with this iPad, and they've got this tablet for this, and they got their MacBook Pro for their sister, and yeah, that's cool. And they're on camera on TikTok showing that off. You think the police you don't think there are laws like, hey, you put that on a public website, we can openly use that to track you down. And since we've got your face on record, because you may have a criminal record, and they've taken a photo, they know what you look like, and they know who you are, and they know where to find you to some degree, to the most part. There you go, you're now in jail. Oh, come on! He's playing Far Cry like it's come again.
You want a challenge? I can do that.
Yeah, Chase Bank, that is check fraud. A modern version of a very old thing of check fraud. If you want to know, have you ever watched the movie Catch Me If You Can? That was based off a real story, real guy. So this guy, he figured out the issue with checks, the flaws within the checking system with bank checks and people with checks and all that sort of stuff. And he ended up being so good that when they caught him and they sent him to prison, they pulled him out of prison, and he ended up working his entire career for the FBI. And I'm pretty sure he's now retired. He did like a TED talk. Yeah. So that was based off a real guy, real person, real situation. For the most part, a lot of that story is probably exaggerated to some extent, but on a fundamental level, real person, real guy, real situation, real prison time, real job at the end. Like, he was good. He basically eliminated check fraud to a good extent. Because he knew, he could look at a check and be like, I know exactly who did this. I know exactly how they did it. I know exactly who's doing it. Like, there was a part in the movie where he sees a check and he's looking at it and he's looking at it was at the window when he had visitation, and he's looking at the check and he's saying it's the bank teller. From what I can find out, that was a situation that actually happened. He did, and that's when this guy actually took notice. Like, oh my god, you're actually try again. And they actually investigated, and it was actually the bank teller. And that's when they hauled him in, and they started to take notice. He's not just some criminal; like, he actually knows his shit. So they converted his sentence into working for the FBI. And he had a very good career with the FBI. Very famous dude. Relatively famous. But yeah, that's where that movie came from. Not a lot of people know that, though. They don't realise that it's a real story. They just see it as a movie. Hey, your build's finished.
Wanna try your luck?
Oh. That sucked. Where did it fail?
You want a challenge?
You've lost a line on the was it the make file, I think?
You got the skills to drive?
Yeah.
You good behind a wheel?
Yeah, give it a go.
Wanna try your luck?
So you've got to erase and rebuild from the scratch, or you could just skip everything. Oh, so it will just skip everything and start from where it crashed out. That's good. Yeah. That's good. Yeah, jump into VC sometime when you're off stream, and I'll hop in. And we'll figure out your virtual host setup and everything.
I consult the Apache
The docs, yeah.
documentation, because I haven't looked at them in a while, and I should probably refresh myself.
Yeah. Well, I run off Debian, so I've always used Debian, so I'm just used to that.
Yeah, but that's the thing. All the different distros kind of have their own default configuration. It's very confusing.
Yeah, I have been looking recently and using Nginx and looking at that.
Oh yeah.
But trying to wrap my head around Nginx coming from Apache, not easy, especially when I'm ADHD. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's not
Yeah.
easy.
Learning the ins and outs of one web server is enough. Yeah.
Yeah, I spent the last like nearly 10, 15 years learning to patch and trying to get Nginx. Like,
Yeah, you get used to a certain way of doing things.
yeah, I don't understand the config. I just can't. Even I've got it running, and I can stop the service and then run Nginx in place to take the port, so they're not conflicting. But it's still just trying to. How does that work with that? And how does that config work? And just trying to get something basic. It's, yeah, not easy. But I'll get there in time.
Yeah, I'm not in any kind of rush.
Yeah.
Let's
yeah.
see if we can find this file. See if it's been built already. And
If we can sort that out and get your vhost sort of situation sorted, it's going to make life a lot easier for you.
It looks like. Yep. We got a couple of them here. Lib std++, test suite.
Oh,
lib
hold up.
std++.
Read your command. Read your prompt.
Let's see, LA convenience. Looks like libstdc++ was built and it's under the shared library and it's under
There you go.
libs right here. Or .libs. Huh, okay. Well, we built it. I don't know why LD can't find it. Motherfucker.
That's weird then.
How dare you, swindler!
Oh wait a minute, I don't have to delete the source directory. I have to delete the build directory.
You killed my mother.
I just got a letter stating that my ticket has been erased.
I type like shit. I type like such crap.
Have you tried using an ergonomic keyboard?
Oh, no, I never tried one.
I recommend you take a look.
Yeah, maybe I should.
I still type like shit. I just less type like shit.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I actually
easier.
do better when I use my mechanical keyboard. I just don't got that one plugged in at the moment.
Do you touch type?
Well, I definitely haven't been like professionally like trained.
You don't need touch typing has nothing to do with professionally training. I can assure you of that. Because I am by no means professionally trained in typing. Okay? I just know the keyboard, but I find it easier for me, because of my ADHD, to have ergonomic keyboard, and I touch type using that. So I have the new ergonomic keyboard, the new design, and now Microsoft has sold their keyboard and mouse division. But I have the new design of the Microsoft keyboard, and it is. I used to have an ergonomic 4000 one, and I'd have that. And where we used to live, I had the keyboard underneath my table where I had all my computer gear, and that was hidden underneath, so I never saw my keyboard. I didn't see what I was typing really. I couldn't look at my keyboard as I typed. So as I typed, it was all touch typing. And I've been touch typing ever since I got on a ergonomic keyboard, because it's just a lot easier for me to deal when it comes to typing.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, I guess that's what you would call like what I do. Like I definitely don't have to look at the keyboard constantly, but yeah, I never like I don't know like how to use home row they call it or anything. I don't do that.
Yeah, but touch typing has nothing to do with professional. Like, training or anything like that.
Yeah.
A lot of people who a lot of people who did go into who migrated from like typists and then migrated into computers, they had to go in and do advanced training in order to become touch type because they were doing a lot of data entry back in those days. So like our parents' age and all that, like people in their 60s and like early 60s and 70s, they would have had to go do typing classes and get professionally trained in touch typing.
Oh yeah, it used to be pretty popular. Yeah, everybody took typing.
Yeah, that's what I did at school. They called it typing class, but it was basically Microsoft Word class.
Oh.
Yeah, there was some Mavis Beacon, there was Mavis Beacon in the mix, but it wasn't like all Mavis Beacon. My teacher, the tutor, my typing tutor, we call it a typing tutor, but yeah, my typing tutor didn't really care much about my typing. Everybody else had to be at least 45 words per minute. I usually sat around 30, 35, and she did not give a rat's ass. Because, yeah, well, I could rebuild the computer, I could pull apart and rebuild it, and you wouldn't even notice.
Oh yeah.
Having a slightly typo slow would not be a massive issue in my life.
Alright, let's try this new spec file.
Enable languages, C, C++, Fortran, Objective-C. What's LTO?
Well, I actually cut a couple of languages out for this build. I'm gonna skip over ADA. I'm gonna skip over Objective-C, and Go. I'm not gonna build that one. I'm just gonna build C, C++, Fortran, and the LTO plugin. Those seem like to be the ones that are kind of like not optional. They'll build on all the builds, no matter what the architecture. But the other ones seem to be optional, so we'll go with that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it'll speed things up considerably, actually. Alright, I wonder if, is that it? What else was I gonna do? I think that's it.
No, C++, Fortran, LTO, that's what you had.
Wow. You came all the way.
Yeah, I don't understand Vim.
You. Well, who knows? You killed my mother.
I like Nano. What could Nano go?
Chet says, "Good evening, everyone." Hey, what's happening, my friend?
How is he having a good evening? He's
Doing a little software packaging and a little bit of Far Cry. I'm doing shitty at Far Cry though. Yeah, look, even the configuration process looks like it's going faster. Damn. What the fuck happened?
This is not a simple combat championship. I don't think you commoners can handle it. Your mouth shut! Next one. I won't hold back, old man. Don't take me lightly, young man.
I heard Project Epsilon was a failure.
What do you know? What is Project Epsilon?
It seems like you are no longer under my
Hey, model.
control. Brace yourself.
Hey, what's up?
when I say apple, do you instantly visualize apple in your head, or do you have to constantly think of an apple in your head when you internally visualize it?
Honestly, the first thing I think about is a like a MacBook.
Yeah, well, the implication here isn't like an apple.
No, I can visualize an apple. Like I can conjure the image out of the ether.
Oh, okay, because we're discussing with some sort of DM just now.
How dare you, swindler!
Let's see. I'm gonna totally mangle this this spec file because I don't have to leave it like you know, I don't have to leave it like Fedora compatible. I can do whatever I want with it.
You killed my mother.
I'm upgrading the I'm upgrading our LZ4 compression utilities and libraries. Going from whatever version this was to 1.9.4. This release is from 2022. LZ4.github.io. I wonder if this link is still good. Okay, looks like it still works. Oh shit, I think this might be a better page for downloading the releases. Ports and bindings. Oh well, at least the website still works. Alright. And we'll put website here. Oh, it's not the URL. It's this one. Okay, I don't like this auto setup. Get rid of that. Let's see.
This is not a simple combat championship. I don't think you commoners can handle it. Your mouth shut!
longer under mind control. Brace yourself.
From today, you'll be my tool.
How dare you, swindler!
Wow, you came all the way here? You. Well, who knows? You killed my mother.
Blow up.
yourself.
Hey, Steven. From today, you'll be my tuner.
folks. A cold beer. Yeah, that would be nice.
I see you. Fuck me! Shit! Ah, behind there! Let's see what you got. Ah!